I think we should start. We are already a little bit late in comparison to the program that you've all received. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished members of national parliaments, dear representatives of the press, dear guests, it's a great honor to welcome you here in Prague, in the Czech Republic, on the eve of the Holocaust Remembrance Day that we celebrate. Actually, we commemorate on the 27th of January. It's an additional great honor because, personally for me, because some of you may already know, I am the new managing director of the European Jewish Association. And it's actually my first big-scale event as a managing director. So it's an additional honor, a pleasure, and also a challenge for me to present you this event and the visit that we're going to have tomorrow to the concentration camp in Terezin. I will not, since we are already a little bit off scheduling when it comes to time, I will not really bore you a lot. Allow me just to give you very briefly a short overview of what the European Jewish Association was doing, plans to do, and hopefully will continue doing in the next years with me on board. First of all, it's clear that we are very, very active. I would say there are three key pillars for us in this, let's say, constant struggle to fight, to combat anti-Semitism and promote the Jewish way of life in Europe. The first one is political advocacy. It makes sense, I believe, since there are a lot of members of national parliaments here. Without your help on certain legislations, on banning, for example, the auctioning of Nazi memorabilia in Europe and in your specific countries, this would not be possible. The struggle against anti-Semitism would not be possible. So it's very important that we liaise with you. It's very important that we cooperate with you. We are here to support any efforts in national parliaments, highlight them, amplify your voice, and we are also very, very happy and honored to have you on board today. The second key pillar is education. Education, and I'm not talking about schools and universities, this is clear that we need to focus on that, but it's education for each one of us. It's of course an effort that starts from a very young age, from school. It's an effort that continues at universities, but it's also an effort that engulfs practically everyone, every living creature on this planet. And it's an ongoing effort that we have undertaken over the past several years, and where we will continue to do so, working with universities, working with the academia, working with national governments and the European Commission in order to improve the situation when it comes to how our children and how we are treating Jews and how we are dealing with anti-Semitism in our everyday life. Last but not least, of course, is media. I was very happy to see a few of the representatives here a little bit earlier. I would say that it comes without saying why they are important for us and for all Jews in Europe. They are the key force in combating fake news. Fake news will be a big part of this event, of this conference anyway. And it's also, they are also a key tool for combating and actually destroying the stereotypes that surround Jews in Europe and beyond for the past 2,000 years and more. So it's very clear that we are very, very happy to work with you. We are also at your disposal in any case you need our assistance. We are going to continue our press trips to Israel. We're going to continue our press briefings with selected teams of journalists throughout Europe. And we are going, of course, to continue inviting you, joining us in events like this. Just to conclude, I would like simply to steal, since we're talking about fake news and slogans and stereotypes, I would simply like to steal, to borrow, actually, not to steal, it's not a nice word, to borrow a hashtag, a slogan from the LGBT plus community, love is love. It's clear, the message, I believe. At the same time, I have to say that also the opposite is very valid. Hate is hate. So if you hate the Jews, you will not stop there. So by hating the Jews, you are not only fencing yourself into the Jewish community, you are hating everyone. So I think it's our responsibility to combat hate in every form that it's visible and in every form that it's present in our everyday lives, be it the Jews, be it the LGBT community, be it any kind of marginalized community or minority that exists in Europe. And with this message, I would kindly ask our founder and chairman, Mr. Rabbi Menachem Margolin, to come and give you also a brief overview about this conference and about EJA in general. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, firstly, I would like to personally thank each and every one of you for being here with us, here in Prague and tomorrow at the Terezin Ghetto. I must say that the fact that you have the commitment to travel with all your busy and constructive and productive lives and daily commitments, and the fact that you care for the Jewish people and seek to help in meaningful and constructive ways is really deeply, deeply appreciated by the European Jewish Association and the hundreds of Jewish communities and organizations which we work with across Europe. I also would like to thank, of course, EJA team for working so hard for the success of this event. Friends, today and tomorrow, we will hear from many experts, politicians, and more, those who walk on the front line of fighting the oldest and the most irrational hatred mankind has ever known, anti-Semitism. And of course, we will try to find ways and tools to stop anti-Semitism. But before the experts, I want to speak with you in simple language, because I believe that there is nothing too complicated in this phenomenon. A friend of mine just yesterday told me that his son does not want to go after school to play in the park. Why? Because he says that too often there are older kids who yell at them, dirty Jews, grab their ball and run away. Now, you see, my friends, all the theories, all the academic researches, all of the analysis, all of the reporting and statistics on anti-Semitism are of no use to the father when he needs to try to explain his son why this happened to him. Hate speech and anti-Semitism does not exist in a place of logic. It doesn't exist in happy mind. Instead, it lives and grows in the mind of someone who is unhappy with himself, in their place in the world and who seek to blame others for the situation in which they find themselves. As my colleague Yorgos said earlier, someone who hates Jews, today he hates Jews, but if he's unhappy with himself and therefore he hates somebody who looks different, tomorrow he will hate Muslims, black people, police officers, wealthy people, bankers. Who knows where is the end? It lives in those who do not like the company of others who are not like them. And hate speech, I believe, if it is not for its cynical and political interest, it is a hatred of the self. Now, for sure, to untangle the knots of such an old and irrational hatred is hard work. But I am sure that we all agree that this is possible, or else we all wouldn't be here today. You know, my friends, many people ask Jews for many years, how comes that you do not give up? It is for millenniums that you face dangerous challenges. And here is the answer. Already thousands of years ago, the Jewish people were struggling with the difficult task set to them to always do the right thing and to be light unto the nations. Their leader Moses listened to them, understood their struggle, but clearly told them that the thing is very close to all of us. It is in our mouth, it is in our heart to observe it. The way to counter ignorance and hate speech is to simply be different, to live differently to those that spread it, to be an example, to be proud of the differences, to be proud of diversity, and to welcome it with open arms. And above all, to educate and to legislate. What did personally I advise my friend to tell his son? The same things that I will share with you today. I told him, tell your son he should be proud of who you are, of what you believe in, of what sustains you, of what you stand for, and to defeat it. It is not out of reach, ladies and gentlemen. It is not impossible to defeat. It is in all of us if we dig deep. I wish us all much success in this conference, because the success of this conference, the outcome of this conference, will be not only our own success, but it might be the success of Europe as a whole. Thank you very much again for being here with us today.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Margolin, also for being compact in terms of time. Normally, we would have here the first Vice President of the European Parliament responsible for Chapter 17, Religious Affairs and Conventional Dialogue. But it has been a very busy time for the European Parliament, as you all know. So unfortunately, he won't be able to join us today, but instead he sent a video message, which I would like to invite you to watch it until we move on.
Anti-Semitism, Jew hatred, does it ever stop? We know the latest statistics from the FBI. The numbers are higher than ever.
Of April 4th,
Honorable Chairman, dear Rabbi Margolin, honorable members of parliaments, honorable members of the Jewish community, dear ladies and gentlemen and friends. Thank you for your invitation to the delegation in commemoration of the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, and my best wishes from the European Parliament and its President, Roberta Metsola. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in person to attend the symposium in Prague and the memorial service in Terezin. Urgent obligations keep me in Brussels. Still, I am grateful that I can contribute remotely to this important event. On 27th January, we mark the 78th anniversary of the liberation of the Nazi concentration camp Auschwitz-Birkenau. We remember the millions of Jewish women, men and children, as well as all the other victims murdered during the Holocaust. The European Parliament is at the forefront of combating anti-Semitism. All the more we are deeply concerned about the increasing normalization of fascism, racism, xenophobia, and other forms of intolerance in the European Union. It is more relevant today than ever to be vigilant, resolute, and defensive against fascist tendencies inside and outside the European Union. For all of us, it was probably unimaginable that there would ever be another war in Europe. The illegal war against Ukraine is outrageously justified by the Russian aggressor as a fight against Nazis. It is all the more important to use the commemoration of the actual millions of victims of National Socialism as a strong signal against fascist tendencies wherever they come from. The atrocities of the past must always be both a vivid reminder and a strong mandate that we as society and as politicians uphold fundamental human rights today and in the future. In time when anti-Semitism is being played down and is re-evoking, the society needs to be even more resolute in taking a stand against it. Together, we must continue to work on concrete and tangible solutions to be successful. In this spirit, I want to congratulate the European Jewish Association and its chairman and founder, Rabbi Menachem Margolin, for this delegation and important work. As first Vice President of the European Parliament, responsible amongst other for the religious and non-confessional dialogue under Article 17 of the Lisbon Treaty, I look forward to continue our fruitful cooperation. Together we remember. Thank you and all the best.
Yeah, these are important words. Of course, we would like the Parliament to be even more active and primarily actually to be more a Parliament rather than a consultative organ to the European Commission, because this is what's actually happening now. I would like to invite Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Israel to the Czech Republic, Mrs. Anna Azari, to the floor. This is a great honor, and if I may add, an opportunity to have one of the most experienced Israeli diplomats in service with us today. Your Excellency.
Good day. I want to welcome you here in the Czech Republic, mainly as the lucky Israeli diplomat who actually works here. It is a good choice of venue. I know your previous venue was almost always Poland and Auschwitz. I was ambassador in Poland for 5 years, and know the importance of Auschwitz, of course. But still, I think it's interesting to hold this conference in the country which is the most friendly to Jews and to the state of Israel. This country this is a country in which the friendship with the Jewish nation was set very much back in time, well, some people started with the founding father of Czechoslovakia, President Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, but I think it's even deeper. And this is a country which helped my state, the state of Israel, in its very war of independence by training and supplying weapons to us. Today, it's a very interesting country which is quite a leader in helping the Ukrainians and in helping in absorbing as much as 500,000 refugees here, which is the biggest per capita help to refugees during this war. I think the idea of coming here and the idea of going to Terezin tomorrow is a good one. And a choice of venue is a very good choice, not only because Prague is so beautiful. I'm sure that you will find a lot of new things to learn about in Terezin itself, including the cynicism which the Nazis showed in this camp. I want to fruitful debates and fruitful decisions in this conference, and hope that you enjoy your stay in the Czech Republic. Thank you. Toda raba.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We're going to continue with a first glimpse of what I was mentioning before, first glimpse of the almost ancient fake news that surround the Jewish people. We're going to show you a short propaganda film from the model Jewish ghetto of Terezin that we're going to visit today, so that you have a first class opportunity, let's say, to see for yourselves what the Nazi propaganda mechanism was promoting to persuade the Europeans and beyond that Jews were not only treated nicely, but they were also prospering in a place like Terezin. So take a look at this excellent piece of propaganda. It's clear that it's not the video I was talking about. Apologies. We have a digital demon also. There are not only demons of the printing press. So I hope we'll have it pretty soon. This is a video that actually invites people visiting Prague to take a one-day tour to see also from close the Terezin concentration camp. You tell me whenever we are ready to show the propaganda video. One of the many actually produced by the German propaganda, the Nazi propaganda machinery during that time. If I may add, until we are ready, it's also something that a lot of people believed. So you will see by yourself that due to the fact, the way actually that it was presented, And the fact that whenever there was a visit to the Terezin ghetto, the Nazis were doing everything in their power to present everything in the nicest way. They were painting the houses. They were placing the Jews not too crowded, let's say, houses, so that they give the impression that everything is really working properly and nobody is really oppressed. They were giving a very nice and very rosy picture. So I think you will understand that many people back then believed that this was indeed the case. Are we ready? Okay, we're not ready. So so that we don't lose time, we have the great honor and pleasure to have with us one of the people who actually lived in this paradise ghetto of Terezin, a special guest who came directly from Israel to join us today. I would like to invite... okay, we have the video. All right, sorry. So,
Images of the Warsaw Ghetto, images of hunger and disease, of unspeakable misery. Quite different are the images from the Theresienstadt ghetto. Images of healthy, happy children. These are scenes from a Nazi propaganda film, produced in 1944 to deceive public opinion. Only documents, eyewitness accounts, and drawings by prisoner artists can falsify these lying images and clarify Theresienstadt's role in the genocide policy of the Nazis.
It was a camp that was, unlike all the other camps, it was used for propaganda purposes. And it had a special function within the SS policy against the Jews. It was used not only to convince the Jews in Germany, but also to convince the international community, the free world, that nothing was wrong with the Jews that were sent to the East.
So, I think you show the difference. And without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Gideon Lev, because he is the one to tell us whether what we just saw was really true or fake news. I would like to invite him to come to the stage so that we can hear from him directly what was really going on in Theresienstadt or Terezin.
Hi. I'm not a government person. I don't represent an organization. I'm just Gideon Lev. But I was not born Gideon Lev. I was born Peter Wolfgang Lev. Where was I born? Right here in Czechoslovakia, in Karlovy Vary, Karlsbad, 1935. 1935, almost 88 years ago. I was born to a middle-class Jewish, non-religious family. The same year that Hitler took charge of Nazi Germany, the Third Reich. Three years later, if you remember, perhaps you weren't yet alive. I was 3. Hitler, Mussolini, Chamberlain, and a French foreign minister whose name I don't remember. But no Czech representative met at München, and decided to keep the peace. Yes, peace. Chamberlain was not a bad man. He had suffered and gone through First World War. So he wanted with all his heart to prevent another war. But in order to do so, he had to close his ears, close his eyes, stop his mind from functioning, because Hitler was preparing a war. Everybody knew it. The entire world knew it. Even though there was no internet and there was no little phone that you could pick up and speak. But they all knew it. And Hitler convinced everybody, all I want is a little bit of Czechoslovakia, little kleines Stückchen, Sudetenland. There will be peace, no war, I don't want anything more. What a terrible lie. What a terrible way of convincing the entire world that this was true. Within hours, the German army entered Sudetenland. And I and my family and all the Jewish people living in that area, especially in Karlsbad, Karlovy Vary, began to suffer. As we all know, pogroms from past history, the same thing took place in Karlovy Vary. But you ask, how did you know? How old were you? Yes, it's true. I was only 3 years old. I really didn't know. I really didn't know. But I felt the fear of my parents. They couldn't buy anything. My grandparents and my parents had a Alteisengeschäft. בעברית חצר גרוטאות. It was impossible to do business. You couldn't buy from Jews, you couldn't sell from Jews, you couldn't trade, you had no rights. Overnight, as we know, Jewish stores were broken into, people couldn't work anymore at their jobs. All the Jews from the hospitals, the doctors, were sent home. From any municipal positions, they were sent home. It was terrible. I was 3 years old. My mother told me how she felt, afraid. So one day, I remember, and this I do remember, at night, we went to a train with our suitcases, a knapsack, bedrolls, and got on a train. And I, little boy, 3 years old, had a little tricycle. I remember it, a red, beautiful tricycle with black handles. And of course, I wanted to take it. I only received it as a birthday present. My birthday was March 3rd, and this was June. I just received it, and of course, I wanted to take it on the train. And my father and my mother said, nein, 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 du kannst das nicht nehmen. No, 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 you can't take it. Wir haben keinen Platz. Schau, wir haben so viele Sachen. And I cried and I made a balagan. It didn't help me. My grandfather, though, said, oh, I'll take it. Nein, du kannst nicht. Nein, wir werden kaufen ein neues. We'll buy you a new one. That never happened. We really never did. And 3 hours or 4 hours later, we arrived in Prague. I was 3 years old. It was 1938. I think it was within 3 months after the German army entered the Sudetenland, the road led straight to Prague. And in the summer or in the fall of 1938, Hitler himself came to Hradčany. You all know where's Hradčany, right? The seat of the Czech government. And there Hitler declared, kein Czechoslovakia, protectorate of Bohemia and Morava. And that was the beginning of the end of the Jewish existence as a people with rights in the Czech Republic. There was no Czech Republic. I remember, you know, some things as children we do remember. Not everything, by far not. But here and there we do remember certain things. And I'll tell you some personal things because that brings it closer to us, to feel, to know what it means to be dehumanized, segregated, isolated, and completely demoralized. Every day, and I was by then almost 4 years old, a new announcement was made. Jews must be home by 8 o'clock. A few days later, Jews must hand in all typewriters and telephones and cameras and radios. Oy vovoy, if somebody had a radio, because that was the only connection to the outside world, to hear BBC. If somebody kept it and some neighbor heard and reported it, the next day or the next morning or at 12 at night, the Gestapo came and took away not only the radio, but the entire family, never to be seen again. And this is how we lived in Prague. I remember the address. Italska 7. You can look it up today. It's right around the corner from Václavské náměstí. I'm sorry, I actually have forgotten my Czech. Zapomněl jsem. Nemluvím 70 let. Trošku. Rozumím. Trošku. That's for those of you who know a little bit of Czech. But the fact is, I remember one instance that stayed with me forever. Just remember, I was 5 years old. My grandpa, we lived with my grandpa and my grandmother, my mother and myself, in an apartment, as I said, on Italska 7. And just around the corner, there was a park. In fact, there still is a park. I was just there a little while ago. And my grandfather used to take me there. And there were slides and shaukels and Nadnedot, and you could. There was one in the form of a boat, like a canoe, and I would come to the park and I would run and climb in, and he would push me, and I was in seventh heaven. Never mind what was happening. And then one day we did the same thing, and I ran and I climbed in. And my grandfather says, "Nein, nein, nein, no, du kannst nicht gehen. Come here, Peter, come here, please. No, we can't." And I was angry at my grandfather. I said, why can't I? What did I do? And he took me by force and took me in his arms and showed me, "Du siehst da oben, you see up there what it says? Juden verboten. Jews are not allowed." What do you mean, Jews? I know I'm Jews, but I didn't understand. What does it mean? Why? What did I? Was I not a good boy? Why am I being punished? It wasn't punishment by him, of course. It was the German Nazis who were punishing us for being Jews. The world then didn't realize, even though he was saying it all the time, Hitler, he wants the world, first of all Europe, Judenrein. Judenrein, no Jews. It was even before the Wannsee Conference in 1941, where Eichmann and Reinhardt decided how, where, and in which place to destroy all the Jews, wherever they lived in Europe. And if we had won the war, who knows where it would have ended with us. But the fact is, by that time, the wheels started moving. And Theresienstadt, as you see here the picture, was the first of a camp that they didn't call concentration camp. They called it resettlement. Resettlement camp. And my father and my grandfather received a notification a week before December 4th that they have to report to the train station, Bahnhof, to set up the camp, put up the fences. They didn't tell them it's wire fences. They didn't tell them that this will be a concentration camp, that this will be a settlement for the Jews of Europe will come there. And he was sent. And they said to the men, "Don't worry, your wives and your children will come in a few weeks." And it was right. We did. And here's once again something that I do remember. I remember on December 14th, of course I don't remember the date, that I know from the documentation, but I remember a couple of weeks after, my mother and I took our 50 kilograms of clothing and food and bedrolls and whatever we could and went to the same train station. And if you can imagine, 200, 300, I don't remember exactly how many, were in that transport. On December 14th, 1941, we were at the train station in Prague. On the floor, it was December, it was cold, it was dirty, it was crowded, everybody pushing for a little space to put the blanket to go. Toilets, there were 2 toilets for 200 and some people, children, crying, messing. After 2 days, we got on a train, a regular train, not a cattle train yet, but it was crowded. There weren't just 4 or 6 people in one place, 10 people, 12 people. And we arrived not in Terezin, we arrived in Bolshevice. Why? Because the train line didn't go all the way to Terezin. That was built later on, and I'll show you tomorrow. And there we got off. It was freezing cold, I remember. And I remember my mother going in front of me with her knapsack and a suitcase, one hand, and another suitcase. And I was schlepping a suitcase, schlepping meaning dragging a suitcase that was terribly heavy too, and a knapsack. And I remember a man going next to me and said, can I help? Maybe I can help you a little bit. And he helped me. And we walked 3 kilometers from Bolshevice to Terezin. And when we got to Terezin, one woman asked, hello, a soldier? No, when do we see our men? When do we see our husbands? And he answered, morgen früh. Ihr könnt sehen ihre Männer. Schaut ihr aus von den Fenstern. Die gehen zur Arbeit. Ihr werdet schon sehen. And it's true. And we were put into barracks. Terezin had been an army camp long before World War I. And there were Kasernen, you'll see that tomorrow. Barracks, not wooden ones, 2, 3 stories high. And I remember my mother and myself and many other people going to one of the Kasernen. There were about 10 or 12 Kasernen there. Each one had a name, Hamburger Kaserne, Magdeburg Kaserne. We were in the Dresden Kaserne. You will see it also. And on the 3rd floor. And there were 10 or 12 people in one room. You could hardly breathe. Everybody was fighting for a little space. And in the morning at 6 o'clock the next day, us kids, about 7 or 8 kids, about my age, 6, 7 years old, we ran to the windows and we saw the men marching by. And as they marched by, I saw my father. I said, no. I called, Dad, Ernst, Arnost. And he didn't look. Why didn't he look? Because it was not allowed. Because if any man looked up to the windows of the kids or mothers or wives calling, he would get a stuck from a rifle butt. So he didn't look. And that's how we started our life in Terezin. There's much, much more to tell. One thing, it bothers me terribly. Here we have, in front of us, this sign here, Arbeit macht frei. It's actually not the entrance to the Terezin concentration camp. It's to the small stockade, the Kleine Festung. And it's one of the most cynical examples of German atrocities. What does it mean, Arbeit macht frei? How frei? How does work make you free? You know how? By killing you. Because when you're dead, you are free. That's the only freedom we have. Because the Germans had another Sisma, another slogan. Vernichtung durch Arbeit. Vernichtung durch Arbeit. Annihilation, destruction through work. What did it mean? That was truthful. You work and starve the people, so they work as much as they can, and when they can't, they die. It was, in a way, it was really somewhat self-destructive for the Germans, because the Germans needed these Jews and not only Jews, also gypsies and others, to work in their war industry. But the desire to cleanse the Jewish, to cleanse the German Aryan race, make it 3 generations clean of any Jewish blood, was more important even than to win the war, so it seemed to me. So I want to just say there is much, much more to tell, of course. After having lived almost 88 years and having come to Israel and helped to rebuild the country, not as an engineer or as a lawyer or an artist, but just simply as an agricultural worker, as a laborer, as a tiller of soil. I milk 200 cows a day. And that's where we are today. We, you and I, have to fight for a better world, against anti-Semitism, against hate of any kind, against any people, minority, religion, whatever. We can do it. You can do it. And your children and your grandchildren. And that's what we have to do, all of us. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I think words are not really enough to describe. Really heartfelt thank you, Gideon, for coming and speaking to us today and for the message. Because, as I said in the very beginning, we have a lot of members of national parliaments here, and I'm sure that this message is going to get through to them and to all of us. Before passing the floor to my colleague, Alex Benjamin, the Director of Content of EJA, I would like a kind reminder to all of you. We have a simultaneous translation in French. From now on, we're going to have some of our panelists and guests speaking in French. I would kindly ask them to speak as slow as possible so that we facilitate the work of our translations. Having said that, I would like to pass the floor now to my colleague, Alex Benjamin, who is going to moderate the rest of the conference. Alex?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. You've quite a lot to get through, so I'm going to jump straight in. Gideon so eloquently put into words the struggle that we're facing here today. And I would say that Terezin and the duping that was done on the Red Cross in Terezin, where they regarded it and said, what a wonderful job the Germans are doing looking after the Jews, is something that's been happening from time immemorial. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, we studied a Torah portion where Pharaoh's advisors were warning Pharaoh that the Jews were growing too many, that they were going to take over, that they had some conspiracy to take over Egypt. And then early Christianity, we became the Christ killers. During the Crusades, we were poisoning wells and killing young children to use their blood for matzah, right up to today with Kanye West, and we'll be hearing a bit more about that later. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that about a year and a half ago, I was in Paris, and our next speaker, who's going to be talking you through this next section about fake news and Jews in particular, gave a tremendous presentation where he was able to draw the parallels and the similes between the anti-Semitic thought all those millennia ago and some of the tropes which are still used today. So it seemed only natural when we were here in Terezin, when we're talking about fake news, that we should bring this gentleman here to address you. And it gives me great pleasure to ask our first speaker of the symposium, Mr. Alex Hearn, the Director of Labour Against Anti-Semitism, to come and give a presentation. Alex, you're very, very welcome. Thank you. I think it should be just that, backwards and forwards. We'll try it. Sorry, technical team, if we can get the presentation up, I'd be extremely grateful. They say never work with children and technology. Okay. Do we have a PowerPoint? We do. Okay. I'm not getting anything here, guys. Thanks for your patience. It's worth it, I promise you. There we go. Alex, let's figure it out.
Thanks.
Okay.
We all know Google. It's the first place you visit to discover information. But until recently, if you went onto Google, you would have seen a negative view about Jews, and Jews alone. How did this happen? Well, I'm here to try to help us understand the cultural heritage of some of these ideas. Let's try an experiment. There will be absolutely no public office, even the highest ones, which the Jews will not have usurped, replaced. So let's see, do we think this is from a left-wing politician or a right-wing politician? Can we just have a show of hands for who thinks this is from a left-wing politician? And can we have a show of hands who thinks this is from a right-wing politician? Okay, so I would say there's a few more for right-wing. Well, the answer is it was a left-wing politician, but it was a left-wing politician who inspired the Nazis, showing how ideas can feed off each other, how anti-Semitism is such an attractive proposition. Wilhelm Marr was a left-wing agitator and an MP in the first German secular parliament. In secular society, religion was more acceptable. They called racism against Jews Judenhass, Jew hate. So Wilhelm Marr wanted a racial emphasis. He wanted Jews to assimilate forcibly, and when they wouldn't, he wanted them gone. So, why is the word anti-Semitism fake news? Well, because Marr wrongly assumed that the language grouping of Semitic was the opposite to Aryan, and he thought that it was a racial grouping. And so he invented the word anti-Semitism in the 1870s. He then founded the first political movement based on anti-Jewish beliefs, and the clue is in the name, the League of Anti-Semites. He then wrote The Victory of Judaism over Germandom in 1879, which said that Jews were trying to take over and must be defeated. His quote, "The Jewish spirit and Jewish consciousness have overpowered the world." Now, this very same lie about being replaced by Jews, this very same fear, was infamously given a slogan in just 2017. I don't know if anyone can remember it. Jews will not replace us. The white supremacist torchlit march in Charlottesville. Replacement theory is a very popular phenomenon. So let's look at the first really significant case we're going to look at is early Christianity. And to set the scene, it's almost impossible to understand just how radical Christianity was, looking through today's eyes. For the first time ever, the rulers were seen as something bad, and the oppressed were seen as something worthy. Now, these ideas gave us much of what we enjoy today with the rights, liberties, and laws, but it's so embedded. This is not a regular thing in human history, but today it's become the assumptions that we make and the world around us, which is why arguably secularism is also a Christian movement. But amongst this, there was also an element of fake news about Jews, which is what I'm here to talk to you about today. Early Christianity distanced itself from Judaism for protection, to stop the persecution by the powerful Roman Empire and win new followers. And Judaism was the biggest show in town at the time, with its rebellious ideas of equal rights and so on. Paul's message was to de-Judaize yourself and others. De-Judaize how you see the world and how you relate to the world. So at this point, it becomes an ideology. You don't need Jews for anti-Semitism. It's an outlook. It's a way of seeing the world with anti-Jewishness at its center. Now, when Rome became Christian, as soon as the first Roman leader became Christian, the added power meant more powerful vilification with anti-Semitic laws from the very start. And so Jews became the antithesis of Western society, the opposite to the ideal, everything to not be greedy, disloyal, bloodthirsty, basically capable of anything. After creating the ideology, the themes then got built on and replicated. Now, one of the most important church fathers, St. Augustine, was a bishop who influenced different strands of Christianity and Western philosophy. And you can see by this quote, Judas is the image of the Jewish people, and that Jews bear the guilt for the death of their Savior. This idea is the stab in the back. You can see Judas greedy Judas collecting his money for stabbing Jesus in the back. This same idea was famously adopted by the Nazis as part of their explanation for Germany losing World War I and their loss of power, their loss of pride, which played a part in the rise of Nazism. It also has a striking similarity to this contemporary anti-Zionist cartoon about the power of the Jewish state. You can still see the star on the sleeve, and the powerful hand is behind the back. A modern-day Judas. This is a contemporary phrase. It's where the past meets the present in one sentence. Someone said it about the chief rabbi. A news organization said it about the chief rabbi. Was it left or right? They also said, by the way, that the chief rabbi in the same article would be to blame if there was another Kristallnacht. The answer is, it was a far-left publication called the Dorset Eye. The stab-in-the-back narrative, speaking from bitter experience, was widely adopted by the UK left. They felt, especially in 2019 with the election, they felt powerless and they wanted an explanation. Here you see the same religious anti-Semitic theme of greedy, disloyal backstabbers, 30 pieces of silver, betrayal, crucifixion, and even, in one case, someone touted as being the future leader of the Labour Party. How could this happen? A secular society, a secular movement, anti-racist movement. Well, thousands of years of the same message about Jews cannot be undone. The Pope only fully recanted this idea in 2011 in a book. Now, anti-Semitism is its own belief system. It no longer needs a church. And like a religious experience, I would say that adherents get a feeling of comfort from it. And also, in some cases, it makes them feel morally superior. Moving on to medieval times, it focused on Jews being associated with the devil and being anti-Christ. Many Jewish communities were killed and expelled thanks to blood libel. Now, it was said to be the ritual reenacting of Christ's murder on Christian children, but this is the interesting part that no one ever picks up on. It was said to be organized by an international Jewish conspiracy who wanted to revive self-determination in the ancestral homeland. And another word for that is Zionism. So it's all there. But another aspect of blood libel is the collaboration between the authorities and the aristocracy for financial benefits. There was always a selfish reason behind it, and it was almost always about financial benefits. So as many people know, it started in 1144 in England, and 100 years later, in another case, the king intervened, and this is where it really becomes part of the historical record, and you see it in ballads, and you saw it in literature, like the Canterbury Tales. And the success of anti-Semitism is really how it recreates itself, and the same collective memory resurfaced in 1934 with the Nazi blood libel document called Jewish Murder Plan Against Gentile Humanity Revealed. In 2005, a parliament had 20 members sign and submit a petition to ban all Jewish groups on the grounds of blood libel. It was called the Letter of the 5,000. Would anyone like to hazard a guess as to which parliament this is? I don't think you'll get it. It's the Russian parliament. Although classic blood libel is now less common, the ancient themes of bloodthirsty Jews and children lives on because it still causes a thrill for anti-Semites because of its ancient resonance. And if you're openly Jewish, chances are that you'll probably be called a child killer online or offline, especially where there's a conflict involved. Post-Holocaust, the Jew is often replaced by the Jewish state, but the end result is still the same for Jews. You're still called a child killer. Classic blood libel is still common in propaganda across the Middle East, particularly by Islamist groups. I'm not going to give examples because we're going to go through this quite quickly. QAnon fixated on Jewish figures, such as the Soros and the Rothschilds, as responsible for their political opponents doing ritual murder of children. Now, the ritual murder part dropped off for the mainstream, for the rest of the population, but many of those ideas are now out in the wild. And here you can see on the far right of the screen a news outlet, which is a liberal Italian newspaper. And they defaulted to that theme. In the middle, you can see the ex-director of Al Jazeera. 2,000 years, it's the same killer. It's pretty similar to Surely They Don't Want to Kill Me Again. The New York Times did it in a more respectable way. They ran an unprecedented front page about the Jewish state being child killers, but who can't fail to be moved by the images of children? But it transpired that this failed basic journalistic standards. Some were Israelis, some were killed by Hamas. A stock library image were used. Facebook accounts revealed some were militants posing with weapons and flags of terror groups. It provided a sensationalized story with a terrible ancient resonance, once again for personal benefits, this time clicks. Rumors of the Black Plague caused what some historians call the medieval Holocaust, which emptied Europe of its Jews. With COVID, the story was updated to being the cruel and immoral Jewish nation withholding the vaccine from Palestinians. This was reported this way in the mainstream media, and it was amplified by people such as the head of Ben & Jerry's board, although it was a proven lie. And the far right, they called it the Jew flu. They claim that Jews invented or used this plague in order to gain more power and control. I'll read you an excerpt from this quote. "We do, from time to time, criticize the actions of Zionists, but solely on account of their politics, not their race or religion. Anti-Semitism is simply a political smear word." Once again, I'd like a show of hands. Who thinks this is from the left? And how many of you think this is from the right? It's actually the National Front from 1970. So it's very difficult to predict these things because people inspire each other and they learn from each other. In 1789, you have the French Revolution, equal rights, and it led to the myth that Jews plot to control events for power. It put everyone under the state. Now, there was a demand of Jews that they drop this whole nation thing. But until then, Jews had been totally excluded from society. No rights, no citizenship either, made to live in ghettos. The word ghetto comes from the place in Venice where Jews were made to live. It was often surrounded by water, it was under armed guard, and there was a curfew. Sounds a bit like the talk we just had before, doesn't it? The demotion of the church and the promotion of the Jews was linked. People thought that God gave the church its power, and suddenly the power of the church was gone. So if the church and God wasn't in charge, then who was pulling the strings? And suddenly people saw that Jews had freedom. There was a big, big power shift. People needed to explain this power shift. The father of conspiracy theory, a right-wing author and priest called Baruel, wrote that the revolution was a conspiracy to attack Catholicism by groups like the Knights of the Templar, the Freemasons, the Illuminati, with Jews pulling the strings at the top. Actually, it was just really a fear of modernization. And these political changes were blamed on Jews. This went up a notch in 1846 when a left-winger called Georges Denville printed a myth about a Jewish banking family called the Rothschilds, and he blamed them for creating and manipulating wars for money. This leaflet that he signed Satan was recommended by Marxist fellow socialist founder Engels for attacking financiers. It proved extremely popular among the UK left, in my experience. This Rothschild meme you see on the top left, I could wallpaper a whole street with those that I found amongst Labour members and supporters. On the bottom right, you see the QAnon Masonic Jewish conspiracy. So, have times changed? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Jew moneylenders now control every foreign office in Europe. Should we see if that's from the left or the right? This is Henry Hyndman. He was the leader of socialism, the first leader of the first socialist group in the UK, the SDF. But he started off a conservative. So is he left, is he right? Well, he's been both. The first UK socialist group in 1881, he converted to socialism, and he was a terrible anti-Semite. And the reason that I'm giving this example is not because it's specific to the UK. Actually, it was pretty common amongst popular socialism across Europe. So, in this case, Hyndman and the trade unions blamed Jews for the Boer War. This is very Rothschild's conspiracy theory. They incited for decades against Jews. Now, the first immigration laws were created with the 1905 Aliens Act. Was it to keep out the largest immigration group, the Irish? Was it for the Italians? Who was it for? It was for Jews. They incited for decades with proto-fascist speeches. 43 trade unions spoke out against Jewish immigration. They condemned it. Labour hero Ben Tillett demanded that Jews be deported from Britain. And eventually, proto-fascist groups popped up demanding the same thing. And in Italy, you saw the first proto-fascist rule with D'Annunzio and Fiume, who Lenin contacted to congratulate him and call him the only revolutionary in Europe, along with a pot of caviar. Keir Hardie was the first Labour leader. These people all combined to set up the Labour Party now as we know it. This is why this is really important. Keir Hardie was the first Labour leader and founder. His quote about rumours of war circulating and a hook-nosed Rothschild being to blame is straight out of Nazi propaganda, right? This is really hard to distinguish. 40 years on, the Nazis came along. The enemy of mankind, we should send this race back to Asia or exterminate it. This is another popular leftist movement, the anarchists. Proudhon, he's the father of anarchism. That's who that quote was from. He said the Jew was the source of evil, which is classic medieval anti-Semitism style. Bakunin followed Proudhon, and his thinking influences people like Noam Chomsky. He correctly predicted the Marxist revolution would end up a dictatorship over the workers. There was a lot of good things about this movement, but there was one problem. At the center of this political thinking was a conspiracy, a Jewish conspiracy, as Bakunin saw it, to control the world. He saw both capitalism and communism as being controlled by Jews, and eventually he inspired something called the People's Will Party, who called for the masses to revolt against the Jewish Tsar. The idea that the Tsar could be Jewish, they were so anti-Semitic, is just ridiculous. So this is just the kind of fake news that people were using at the time to gain power, which is the common thread through anti-Semitism. So after the People's Will Party called the Tsar Jewish, the Tsar's secret police created the Protocols of the Elders of Zion to attack the Bolsheviks in 1903. And then in return, the anti-Bolshevik White Army used the expression, beat the Jews and save Russia. And then the Bolshevik Red Army called the White Army agents of Jewish capitalism. Everyone's Jewish, everyone's saying the other one's Jewish to gain popularity, to gain power. But the protocols were the most influential. This is the idea, using recycled dialogue from a satire, French satire about Napoleon, about Jewish international power. Jewish leaders conspiring with their secret plans to rule the world. The protocols influenced Hitler, and it was used in Nazi propaganda. You can see the middle picture with the puppeteer Jew controlling events. And Fox News recently posted this same similar theme with Soros, the kind of who the far right often use for the Jewish face of evil. He's the one pulling the strings. But the power of the protocols is still clear. The Pittsburgh gunman in the States held Jews responsible for white suffering. The Colleyville gunman held Jews responsible for Muslim suffering. And the Jersey gunman held Jews responsible for black suffering. This is the ongoing power of the protocols. The Israel protocols adds the Jewish state to Jewish power. And it's clear from the Soviet propaganda in the black and white screenshots from a propaganda film that the word Jew is substituted for Zionist. The sinister role of international Zionism, the ruling circles of Israel, that's straight from the protocols. And we heard common claims that Jewish power was running the Labour Party on behalf of the Jewish state, right from the top of the Labour Party, actually. And that's in the top left shot. The kind of spider web in the middle is about David Miller. He was an academic who created a crazed crime wall of Jews to prove his theory of Zionist power. And it's no coincidence that when people talk about Zionist power, they often end up with this kind of crazed-looking map of Jews. David Miller ended up being disgraced for saying that Jewish students were agents of Israel and Chicken Soup was a plot. He can now be found on Iranian state TV with an ex-Labour MP talking about how everything from Ukraine to music to football to comedians and academia are all part of a Zionist conspiracy by the Jewish state. This is the protocols for the Jewish age, for the digital age against Jews. Jews have frequently been portrayed as parasites and bloodsuckers of humanity, with their control depicted as tentacles. There's not very much difference between these portrayals because Soviet propaganda and Nazi propaganda drew from the same sources, as does contemporary anti-Semitism. These are some of this. The top right is David Icke, is a conspiracy theorist. The bottom left is Carlos Latuf. And on the far right, it was actually from a far-right website, and a Labour activist used it and said this is great, and the Labour Party said this is just anti-Israel when it was reported. The interesting part about it is the pop culture reference. Anti-Semitism, it adapts, it latches on to the latest thing. The Torah is an unsurpassed textbook of bloodthirstiness. You might think this was Nazi, you might think it was Soviet. It's really impossible to tell. It's actually Soviet. The Encroaching Counter-Revolution by Vladimir Begun, 1974. Such was its power that anti-Semitism was central to Soviet propaganda. It even had its own department. Soviet propaganda really informs contemporary anti-Semitism. The KGB was full of Hitler admirers. You could even say that they were far right, but they needed plausible deniability after the war. So their Nazi propaganda was thinly veiled using anti-Zionism. It even got a scientific-sounding name for credibility and respectability. A bit like the word anti-Semitism, for its time, had a scientific ring to it. They called it Zionology. The material became mandatory reading in the Soviet Union. Books, brochures, and articles were published in many languages, many linked to Caution Zionism, which is on the screen, the shot on the far left. This was written by the Central Committee. Yuri Ivanov was the deputy of military intelligence, and his colleagues called him the main Yidologist of the Soviet Union. Jews were targeted for an ongoing campaign of exclusion and execution. I'll give you an example from Czechoslovakia. Slansky was the general secretary who ran communism in Czechoslovakia. You probably could not find a more anti-Zionist Jew. He and 10 other Jewish leaders were accused of Zionism and executed after show trials in 1952. Anti-Zionism and socialist purity never offered protection for Jews. This template of purges and sending Jews off to labor camps was very typical, and it really rose in the 50s particularly. Forced assimilation and purges was the Soviet answer to the Jewish question. And as you can see from SJP, a contemporary organization who are in the States, in the UK, and other countries, they've adopted this idea of excluding Jews from society, forcing them to assimilate. The Zionists tried to make the rest of the world believe that the national consciousness of the Jews finds its satisfaction in the creation of a Palestinian state. Can we have a show of hands for anyone who thinks that this is a left-wing politician who said this? And can we have a show of hands for anyone who thinks this is a right-wing politician who said this? Oh, very good. It was, in fact, Adolf Hitler from Mein Kampf. I'm not going to talk about what Nazism and fascism is. It's up there, but what I do want to say is the ultimate counter-revolution against secularism and rights, and it offered an alternative to this hot new trend sweeping the globe called communism. In fact, I would say that Nazism was a thoroughly anti-Christian movement despite their protestations to the opposite. But what I really want to get through is that Nazism in Europe didn't appear in a vacuum. It was the result of a build-up of the teaching of contempt. The 1939 Nazi announcement in Łódź, Poland, about Jews having to wear the yellow star said they were going back to the Middle Ages. The yellow star was radicalized in the Middle Ages by a decree by the Pope. The digital version today is the parenthesis, the 3 brackets. It always just revives and finds a different way of doing things. So Nazi Germany was a continuation, not a sudden collective madness. It wasn't forced on a reluctant Europe. Exterminationist anti-Semitism was already at work. In just 3 years, from 1918 to 1921, over 100,000 Jews were killed in pogroms. Set fire to their synagogues or schools. That wasn't the Nazis, that's from 1543, Martin Luther, the Protestant reformer, on his pamphlet on Jews and their lies. It was the blueprint for Kristallnacht. Hitler said that Martin Luther had been the greatest encouragement of my life, and I'm inclined to believe him. Pogroms, by the way, my grandmother witnessed one. They were like celebratory street theatre with bands and cheering crowds, and being a young child, she actually mistook one for a street party. The added element for the Nazi movement was Darwin, the origin of the species, which caused a massive crisis of faith everywhere. But the Nazis used it really to go back in time to a pre-Christian era where the oppressed were not worthy, where the strongest ruled and the oppressed knew their place. This looks really to me like a white supremacist flag, the kind of thing that you might see in the States for some neo-Nazis. But you'd be wrong. It's actually from the Middle East. It's the second largest party in Syria, and they're called the Syrian Social Nationalist Party. Like the Ba'ath Party and like the Muslim Brotherhood, it was founded really heavily influenced by fascist Europe. In the case of the Muslim Brotherhood, Hitler fanatic al-Banna founded it, and he translated Nazi propaganda such as Der Stürmer and Mein Kampf, which he retitled My Jihad. The Nazis directly founded the Muslim Brotherhood and their anti-Jewish violence. Hamas eventually became their armed wing in Palestine. So how did fascism find itself in the Middle East? Well, Arab nationalism peaked in the 1920s. They wanted a homogenized region, and so the boycotts came quite easily before in Israel. The Mufti of Jerusalem started organizing violence against Jews as early as 1919. In fact, he began the rumor that you can see in the bottom right, that the Jews were planning to storm Al-Aqsa. And he used it in 1929 to get rid of the Jewish community, murder and cleanse them. And this incitement still happens to this day. I can read it on Twitter right now. The Mufti obviously was a big fan of the Nazis. He had his own SS division and planned the Holocaust of Jews in the region directly with Hitler. Now, the Jews had always had inferior status in the Middle East and North Africa. Similar to medieval Europe, There were anti-Semitic laws and violence and ethnic cleansing, but there was never a secular revolution. So the idea of the protocols and Jewish power didn't really resonate with the Arabs. So the Nazis adjusted their propaganda, and boy, did they pump it out. And the British and the Americans did very little to stop them because they didn't want to cause any trouble. So what they did is they linked Judaism as a threat to Islam with a radical rereading of the Quran. And they used the books such as Islam and Jewry in 1937. But the key here is their radio broadcasts. They had a department of 255 people pumping out this message that Jews were a threat to Islam because illiteracy rates were quite high and there was this new technology. It was being pumped out in cafes and homes. And as well as that, they dropped and distributed millions of leaflets in the region, 700,000 at a time in some cases, with messages such as kill the Jews before they kill you, to smooth the way for the Holocaust in the Middle East and North Africa, which they were planning. The Nazis framed themselves as anti-imperialists, as did the Soviets after them. The Americans and the British saw Jews and the idea of a Jewish state as also anti-imperialist. So it's an interesting balance going there. But the success of Nazi propaganda in the Middle East was considerable. It created a more radicalized version of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, realized in the slogan, Allah with us in heaven, Hitler with us on earth. Some historians have argued that the legacy of Nazism was the War of Independence, where the Muslim Brotherhood organized a significant pressure campaign, and also the Nazis that Syria hired for their techniques of interrogation. Anti-Zionism. So here we are, up to something more like today. Post-Holocaust, there was a shift from previous forms of anti-Semitism. It became socially unacceptable to attack Jews as individuals and racially. And like the times before, like with the secular revolution, there was a reaction to Jewish emancipation, this time national liberation. Now, as you heard, the far right were the ones that really were anti-Zionist. In fact, the far left were very pro-Zionist at the time. But then, what changed? After 1967, the Soviets turned their back on the Jewish state, realizing it wasn't going to become a communist outpost as they had hoped. And they turned their face to the Arab world. They intensified their anti-Semitic campaigns and labeled the Jewish state imperialist, Nazi, illegitimate. And they're reusing those same ideas on Ukraine. This formed the thinking of the contemporary left, which the Soviet Union did, which is to split the world into imperialist and anti-imperialist, with Britain, Israel, and the USA imperialist, and places like Russia and Iran as anti-imperialist. And because Zionism is imperialist, opposing it can be seen as progressive. And that is how you end up being progressive and actually being against human rights. So now what we see is a Jewish face is projected onto the new evils. It was a religious evil, Jews were the devil, but now there's a new devil. It's racism, it's apartheid, and that, surprise, surprise, has a Jewish face. Of course, anti-Zionism, I would argue, is not a legitimate political aim because emancipation is not temporary. Oh, just to go back, all these screenshots are from the far right. The leftist adopting of anti-Zionism from the far right has now been re-adopted by the far right again. When neo-Nazi Andrew Anglin came back on Twitter, his first tweet was a screenshot of the word Zionists. There's a Polish Kill the Jews rally, there's an Italian fascist march, there's British fascists as well, and there's American fascists, Nazis who were inspired by Kanye West. It's all there. Again, inspiring each other, going round in circles, building. The secular revolution led to the Jewish question, where intellectuals framed their ideological opposition to Jewish emancipation as legitimate debate. What do we do about Jews? Well, it's a way of seeing the world, like we saw at the very beginning with Paul, de-Judaize the world. It can be about climate change. It can be about gay rights, greenwashing, pinkwashing. It can be about world peace, or Israel being demonic, or academia, the way that you see academia, how you see the whole world. The Jewish question is the ideology that sees Jews as harming humanity. Anti-Zionist ideology is the Jewish state question, how the Jewish state harms humanity. It's always a liberation movement. Every single anti-Semitic movement has been about freeing the world, helping humanity. This time, they tell us, this time it's really deserved. Those other times, no, they were wrong, and we've nothing to do with them. Anti-Zionist ideology turns people into an idea and dehumanizes them. You can see the top left screenshot. It's a very Nazi-esque, I would say, uses semi-medical terminology to talk about Zionists. Like anti-Semitism has nothing to do with the love of Jesus or innocent murdered children, anti-Zionism doesn't have much to do with freedom for Palestinians. I'm going to skip past this one. Despite siding with the Nazis until 1942 and funding them to bomb places like London, the Soviets not only erased Jews as the victims of the Nazis, but also turned them into the perpetrators. And this is a really common thing that's happening right now. Deep down, it borrows from the medieval anti-Semitism. In a society where the church is no longer ruling, you don't have a devil. That devil is replaced by Nazis and by Hitler, the secular Satan, and it weaponizes it. It weaponizes the ultimate Jewish trauma against us. It's a socially acceptable form of Holocaust denial. Post-Holocaust, the restraints are lifted, and the comfort of moral superiority is reinstated. And what it does is it cleans the way, clears the path for more anti-Semitism and potentially more genocide. The top two are classic Soviet propaganda. The bottom left screenshot is from the Labour Party. The one next to that is from an anti-Israel march. Then you've got Kanye West, and then you've got the Libertarian Party. So it's right across the spectrum. Jews are compared to Nazis and are collaborating with Nazis. We need to talk about racial demonization. I'm going to give you the answer to this because actually you're never going to guess which country this comes from. It comes from Ireland. It's the Palestinian and Irish Solidarity campaign. On the very left, you can see the image called the Happy Merchant, which single-handedly revived for the internet age, the disgusting caricature about Jews as being morally obscene, but also physically ugly as well. And in the middle, you can see the sort of earliest version that we know of from Britain. And you can see it from conspiracy theories. The far left is, in the middle is Nazis. Next to that is contemporary Russia. And then truthers against Zionist lobbies. It's all there. So it's pretty commonplace, I would say. And the internet age has really revived it. So where exactly does this leave us all now? Well, in the second decade of the 2000s, conspiracies were brought together under the idea of an all-encompassing conspiracy of secret networks and world control by the elite. And during times of uncertainty, people need certainty, And the familiarity of a Jewish face is projected onto the change. Now we have the added panic of the Jewish state. The Nazis called this kind of conspiracy theory the big lie. But I think it's time to stop thinking about left and right-wing anti-Semitism. We can see that they feed into each other. The progressive guru, Russell Brand, agrees with Fox News. Nazis and socialists hanging out together, the KKK inspiring the Labour Party and gay rights marches, a socialist group posting pro-Russian propaganda by someone who was married to Nazi Richard Spencer and helped Putin translate his propaganda sites. Studies show that alternative thinkers or people with a distrust of authority are susceptible to conspiracy theories. Today, we have a lot of gurus, like the Russell Brand example, and these people are really trusted by their followers. They have a big influence, and people trust them over their own doctors in some cases. Now, there is what the internet has caused, what our phones in our pockets have caused, is an epidemic of disorientation. There's a massive power shift going on. In the past, industrialization combined with secular society and then an economic slump led to this massive shift. Now today we have a technological revolution, and it's up to us to actually see which way the wind is blowing on this. We have companies like Amazon who have more power than a government. No wonder these conspiracy theories are so attractive to some to try and explain the world about us. And then we have the internet, the opening of reason, which has also brought an eclipse of reason with it. I think of social media as the railway tracks of our time. Really, it's agnostic, and it can be used to ship goods and ideas, or it can be used to transport people to their death. Anti-Semitism is really a part of contempt for what exists, combined with a utopia for a new world. And I just want to say as well, the printing press is a really important precedent, and the printing press, through Martin Luther on Jews and their lies in 1543, through the protocols of the elders of Zion, and through various other pieces of literature, like the Rothschilds conspiracies, paved the way for the Holocaust. We need to be aware of the power of these new technologies, and we need to get with the program. Anti-Semitism is an ideology. It's an attack on liberties, on rights, on diversity, on everything that we've gained, everything that was progressed in society. It's against that. It isn't just a discriminatory thing. I say just, discrimination in itself is awful, obviously, but it's a deeper ideological thing. So I'd like to end with a quote by Winston Churchill. Love him or hate him, it's a great quote. It has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. Thank you.
Alex, that was brilliant. As always, I would encourage everyone, when you can, to invite Alex to your parliaments or to your events, because I found no clearer explanation of tracing anti-Semitism from its very root to where it is today. Alex, thank you so much, and yes, I encourage you all to have an opportunity to talk with Alex. Brilliant, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move swiftly on. I'm going to ask to join me on the stage Mrs. Priska Tivno and Mr. Christian Wakeford, MP from the United Kingdom, and Priska is the spokeswoman of a Renaissance party in France. We're going to have a seat right down here. Thank you very much for joining us. Make sure the microphones are on. Oh, sorry about that. I beg your pardon. Please, wherever you like. It's all good. So we heard there from Alex outlining the sort of fake news about Jews. I'm just super interested, and I'm going to start with you, Priska, as a spokesperson for a national political party and as a member of parliament. What kind of effect social media and this kind of fake news is having on political discourse generally, and some of the challenges that you face in your job in having to push back against things which are patently false? Are you able to give us a flavor of some of those challenges?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if it works. Yeah. Actually, first of all, want to thank you, EGA, all team, for this event, this organization, and all the 2 days. I am actually a spokesperson and MP in France. I will try to make it in English, so forgive me if I make some mistake. I think translator is going to translate without my mistakes. So yes, with the fake news, political debates have clearly changed, and not for the better. When I'm live on TV show, I'm not arguing with my opponent on what we should do on typical issue, on specific items. We are arguing about what is true and what is not. So we are no more taking into account what people need. And I will give you one example. A few months ago, I was live on a TV show, and I was with an opponent, a political opponent, talking about how we should avoid racism, attack, anti-Semitism during riots in France. And then I took as example the riot in Sarcelles. It's near Paris. It's in the northern suburb in Paris. And there I explained that there was a lot of anti-Semitism acts, words, attacks against Jewish community. I was just taking that into example. My opponent just asked me, "Are you sure it's real?" I was like, okay, what's the point? What's the deal? There is an hidden camera. I don't understand the fact. And instead of talking about how we have to avoid attack words against Jewish people, I was obliged to stop the debate and remember the fact. Because actually we have to fight something very disturbing actually now, that truth is no longer based on scientific item, scientific search, but truth is now based on how an information goes viral. And when it goes viral online, when it goes viral on TV show, it gets faster on your mobile phone, on the networks. So you have to fight against false items instead of talking about what people need. And that's a big deal for politicians, because what we are saying can have to be already proven.
Thank you. Christian, you're second term MP, or is it your first? Okay. So even in the relatively short time you've been an MP, I mean, you've seen a lot of change in British politics. But what's your sense of where the political debate is going in light of these sort of fake news, social media bubbles, and the way journalism and political reporting is changing?
Thank you. Obviously, I've not just seen a lot of political change, I've actually been that political change as well. I think we're almost at a precipice as to where we are, as has just been said in the previous presentation. What we're seeing is very much, is it viral, is it fact, is it truth? We're now in the post-truth world. We only needed to look to a couple of weeks ago where a former colleague of mine, Andrew Bridgen, tweeted about the COVID vaccines, stating that it was the biggest crime against humanity since the Holocaust. Now, not only to denigrate what happened in the Holocaust, but every crime against humanity since, what's happening in Ukraine now, what happened in Rwanda, what happened in Bosnia, Darfur, to just pass that as a baseless comment because he's now a COVID vaccine skeptic. But this is the world we're living in, whether it's vaccine disinformation, whether it's COVID conspiracy theories, which again we saw in the previous presentation as to how that always seems to link back into anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, is a really concerning aspect. So in British politics, we actually had a huge opportunity just a couple of weeks ago in regards to what was previously the Online Harms Bill, which unfortunately was watered down to the Online Safety Bill, with the kind of thought pattern being if it's illegal in the real world, it's illegal online. Unfortunately, online harms were taken out of it. So that means the likes of Kanye West, Ye, whatever he wants to call himself this week, basically allows him to carry on tweeting, commenting on social media, almost with impunity, unless it actually breaks the law. Now that is now allowed still. So I think really we all need to be coming together. We can't just trust the social media companies to kind of maintain their own platforms or stick to their own terms and conditions, because the number of times that I've highlighted hate speech, the number of times that I've highlighted anti-Semitism, and you log it and it comes back and says this isn't in breach of our neighbourhood protocols, it clearly is. A blind man on a fast horse could see that it's in breach of so many different prospects, but it's allowed to continue. And we don't just need the likes of Mark Zuckerberg to say this is wrong. We need governments to say it's wrong and legislate for that. And I think we're starting to, but I think we're incredibly slow and behind the curve on it.
Okay, thanks. We're going to be discussing in the next move that. Sorry, if I can. It was working okay? Okay, sure. Just feels like I'm like one of these football commentators talking into a microphone. But anyway, thanks for that. We're going to be talking about, in the next political panel, perhaps some of the legislative tools which are available for some of the things that you've just been talking about, Christian. If I can come back briefly, Emmanuel Macron, your party leader, and indeed the French president, used to work in banking, and I'm wondering, in your spokesmanship, have you ever come across any sort of conspiracy theories or any theories regarding Monsieur Macron, banking, Jews, Rothschild money, these kind of things, and how have you dealt with that? I can imagine you've dealt with some crazy stories in your time. Are there a couple that really stick out in your mind?
Actually, yeah. Actually, first of all, Emmanuel Macron is no more my political leader. He's a president of France. So, first of all, just joking. Yeah, a lot. He was the marionette of Jewish people. He was gay. He was not against his wife also. It's every thing that can be against Emmanuel Macron. What the most important one was that he was the marionette, the tool of Jewish people. And it is still the thing, because he is a former banker, he is rich, everything around that atmosphere that, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the man before me.
Alex Hearn.
Alex, yeah, told us. So we can see that fake news are with the same tools and always the same items. So the fact is that first of all, we choose to avoid them, to laugh at them, to say, oh no, it's a joke, oh no, we are not going to argue, we're not going to debate on that. It's just so bullshit. We don't have to waste time on that. And that was not the good thing to do. Okay. We have to fight against every false item. We have to fight and to support and to report every false items. Because if we don't stop them, they're going to spread, and they spread very, very quickly.
I'd imagine as well, I'm going to come back to you now, Christian, but I'd imagine, in a sense, that marionette of the Jewish people was a kind of all-encompassing, as Alex was talking about earlier on, an all-encompassing theory, because it would have appealed to the sort of anti-Zionists maybe on the left who felt that maybe Macron was too supportive of Israel, and it would have also appealed to the far right in that Rothschild money, Jewish conspiracies. So following on from that, Christian, if I may, how do we get people to use their critical faculties in a better way? And to, that's a huge question, I know, I do apologize, that's perhaps a bit too broad. How do we wean people off is maybe a better question, this notion of social media? There is a movement, funnily enough, I was listening to the BBC podcast the other day, you know, the one with Fleming, yes, and Newscast. And he was saying, he's a sort of mobile phone addict, linked to Twitter and everything, and his life has changed by moving away from it. How do you think you, at positions of responsibility, can encourage people to wean themselves away from these social media, or is it even your job as a politician to do that?
I'm probably not the best person to ask on that one now, considering my addiction to social media. But it goes back to what we were saying before. You know, I happen to have a degree in chemistry and specialize in drug design and synthesis, and the only time I've used that is talking to anti-vaxxers. Obviously, I'm slightly more qualified than watching a 30-minute YouTube video. But what we've seen is the importance of social media growing day by day, because it's where most people now go for their news. They don't go to the BBC, they don't go to the broadsheets, they don't go to the tabloids. They have much more trust in social media, and to some extent it's a powerful tool for politicians to use to get a message out to either a core voter or to constituents as to what you're doing. If it's not on social media, it didn't happen. But at the same time, it's that Pandora's box. Because it's been opened, there's no getting away from it. So I think it's not how you wean off it, and if there's any advice of how to do that, I would gladly listen. But I think what we have to do is drown out the fake news, drown out the post-truth with actually the facts and figures. I mean, we saw in the Brexit debate and several others, we now no longer care what experts think, because they're wrong, they have their own hidden agendas. And again, whether that links in with Israel, whether it links in with science or COVID, you know, no one cares now. You know, if it's not the news they want to read, if it's not their own, I don't even want to use the word ideology because it seems to be so fluid depending on the topic, but if it's not what they're interested in, they don't care. So we need to drown it out and make it more relevant. You know, the long-term solution is education, but how long have we been speaking about that in these symposiums? We do need to educate. We do need to find a way to get past that post-truth, but unfortunately the only solution is more truth.
Okay, we've got a lot to get through, so if I may, I'm gonna park this there, because we're gonna go straight on to some social media as a way of pushing back against some of these sort of hate-filled comments. So, ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to put your hands together for both Priska Tivno and Mr. Christian Wakeford, MP. Thank you so much, and keep up the good fight. Now, before I get our next guest up to talk about social media as a potential positive force for change, I'm going to ask our media team, our technical team down there, to run a short TikTok clip before I introduce our next guest.
Hey
should be. There's no sound for whatever reason. Sorry, guys, have you got the sound? Can we run that with sound? Okay, give it a second. No sound. Is it related to the screen at all if we change screens? I'm going to give us a minute and we'll try and come back to it afterwards. Okay. I don't think it's going to happen. Can somebody give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down and then I can move on? Thumbs down. Okay. Thank you. So in which case, while we try and figure that out, it's really not our day on the technical side today, I would like to invite up a very, very positive individual, Mrs. Julie Gray, who's a writer, editor, and content creator on TikTok and other platforms, to have a discussion about pushing back against some of these negative messages. Please. Want to give some remarks first and then we have a chat? Work for you?
Yeah.
Sorry, unfortunately, we're running a bit behind, so I'll come back to the discussion, okay?
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for including Gidon and I both today. Whoops. I am from Planet TikTok, and I come with mixed news. But first, let me back up. So here's what happened. I met Gidon Lev, and my life has never been the same. I wrote a book about Gidon's life called The True Adventures of Gidon Lev about 2 years ago. Co-wrote it with Gidon. And about a year ago, we decided we would go on TikTok and maybe we'd sell more copies of the book. Well, here's what happened. Now, at The True Adventures on TikTok and Instagram, has 414,000 followers. Thank you. 62% of Gidon's followers are under the age of 34. 67% of them are female. In the past 60 days on Gidon's TikTok account, there have been 2 million views, 18,000 comments, 200,000 likes, and 4,000 shares. Those are really big numbers. Gidon is making a difference on the biggest social media platform in the world. This has resulted in a lot of anti-Semitism and negative things that we will talk about, but it also resulted in this comment. Of the thousands of comments we get, somebody said, "Thank you, I did not know about Kristallnacht. Do you have a suggested reading list?" And that one person among thousands of people is a person I consider to have been reached through TikTok. Just yesterday, we got another comment saying, "Thank you, I teach the 7th grade at my synagogue and we study your TikToks and have great discussions." So I feel that we're making a positive difference. And the good news is that in my experience on TikTok managing this account, young people do want to learn. They want to learn and they're on TikTok. It's up to Jewish educators to take seriously the idea that countering anti-Semitism on social media is a huge opportunity. But we need to get organized. We need better digital security, and we need centralized shared resources. And we need to make better content. The reason Gidon's account went viral and became a verified account was that Gidon was not afraid to do memes, to do some of the dances, some of the music. But what we did was we subverted expectations and we used memes on TikTok to deliver a different message. So it was kind of this spoonful of sugar makes the medicine goes down approach. Gidon's followers are many and they are very engaged with his account. And Gidon's account is not the only account on TikTok that combats and counters anti-Semitism. We have amazing Lily Ebert in London, who has 1 million followers, I think. And we have Tova Friedman in New Jersey, who's a survivor of Auschwitz. They're both on TikTok. So slowly, people and institutions that teach about the Holocaust are onboarding onto TikTok and Instagram and using these platforms to talk about Jewish identity in positive ways and about Holocaust education. Just a few days ago, Gidon and I made a collaboration with 9 concentration camp memorials in which Gidon would interview the young people at the memorials and say, in 60 seconds, tell us the top facts about your memorial or concentration camp. The participants have included Flossenburg, Mauthausen, Neuengamme, Treblinka, Terezin, of course, was the one we did on our first day, the Wannsee Conference Memorial, the Arolsen Archives, Dachau. We're all willing to collaborate with Gidon and I to use, to leverage his influence and his following to teach about their particular memorial in 60 seconds. Now, part of the challenge of onboarding Jewish institutions, museums, and memorials to TikTok, something that seems very silly, is that how could you possibly teach about what happened at Flossenburg in 60 seconds? The answer is you can't. It's an amuse-bouche. It's an invitation to learn more. People don't realize the number of concentration camps that existed. The ignorance about the Holocaust is astounding. But what Gidon and I try to do on our TikTok account is be an invitation for people to learn more in little tidbits, and then see the link in our bio. Here's a suggested reading list. Here's another creator you can follow. So we have been very successful in sort of being the Johnny Appleseed, if that, I don't know if that works in Europe, but being like the Johnny Appleseed on TikTok of making Holocaust education more accessible and in bite-sized pieces that young people will follow. Gidon's following are devoted to him. Now, that's because he's a really special person, obviously. But we have turned this app on its head. We're doing something that is not just dancing and memes, although we've done that too. Gidon's done some very funny TikToks. And I hope you all follow at The True Adventures on TikTok and on Instagram. I know we're going to have a discussion.
Julie, 1 second, if
Yeah.
I may. If I can just stop you there for 1 second, we can actually play a bit of a TikTok and then we'll come back.
Oh, that'd be
it's only a
great.
short video, just to put it all into context. That's
Wonderful,
okay?
wonderful.
Okay, let's hopefully this will run the tape.
Hey, Gidon.
Hello, Gidon.
Oh.
Hi, Gidon.
Hey, Gidon.
Hello, Gidon.
Hi, Gidon.
Hello, Gidon.
Oh, boy.
Hoi, gewalt. Hoi, gewalt. Okay. Julie, you were saying, sorry.
Oh, there it is. Hey, Gidon.
Hello, Gidon. Hi, Gidon.
Hey, Gidon.
Hello, Gidon.
Hi, Gidon.
Hello, Gidon.
Hey, Gideon. Hey, Gidon. Hi, Gidon.
Hi, this is Gidon Lev. We're going to do some Holocaust education. Today we're going to learn about Terezin, where I was.
Hello Gidon, my name is Raimi and I work at the Terezin Memorial. Right now we are 1 kilometer from the former ghetto in a small fortress, which was used as a Gestapo prison for political prisoners already in. Now we are in the town of Terezin. As you know, it used to be the ghetto from November 1941 till May 1945. Behind me we have the Dresden barracks, where you and your mother stayed. The remarkable thing about Terezin is the art left behind by the children, as well as this picture that you drew right here in Terezin. Thousands of children were in Theresienstadt, but only a fraction survived. And you, Gidon, are one of those children.
about the Neuengamme concentration camp.
Hi Gidon, I'm Marie from the memorial of the concentration camp of Neuengamme, and I'm standing here in front of the main entrance of the memorial, which was also once the main entrance to the concentration camp. This was the original main gate through which thousands of prisoners had to walk through.
In August 1939, Jews were forbidden from entering most restaurants, and Jewish sections had to be set up in those that remained open. Jews were also excluded from all public swimming pools in Prague. In May 1940, Jews were denied entry to all Prague. Meine liebe deutsche Freunde, ich weiß, dass der Hassel und Antisemitismus wieder schlimm ist in Deutschland.
When I die and they lay me to rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's best. When they lay me down to die, I'm going on up to the spirit in the sky. Going on up to the spirit in the sky. That's where I'm gonna go when I die.
We have a lot of fun with it, and I think you can see that the impact that not just Gidon's account is making, but those of many others, is having in the space online on TikTok and Instagram. And I wanted, before we start a discussion, I want to say, because we do have members of parliament here from all over Europe, that my message to you and to any Jewish educators here is that Jewish educators and institutions need to embrace the language of social media. This is very important. You notice there's layer upon layer in TikTok of text and music and visuals. There's a particular language of social media, and we need to embrace it. Old materials must be updated, and new content must be creative. For this, we need creative collaboration, support, and funding. Countries need to take the rise of anti-Semitism and other hate seriously and invest in not just digital security, but countering this hate with well-funded hubs of learning of how to make great pro-Jewish content.
Thank you. Julia, come and join me for a couple of short questions. First of all, it's wonderful in an event like this when we're dealing with heavy topics to see some positivity. So I guess I got two very, very short questions. The first question is, I was always raised, and I'm not going to ask you your age, but you seem to be of a similar age to me, and I'm 20 indeed, and I always say to my colleagues, I'm an analog man in the digital world. So how did you get started in TikTok, which primarily is a very, very young person's game? What was your journey towards this particular medium, and how did you find the reception from young people to it?
Young people, can you hear me?
Yeah, you might need to try that one, sorry.
Young people love Gidon because he's so cute. So I knew right away that I had this face who has a serious story. I worked in Hollywood for a long time as a story developer. And so I worked in the medium of film, and I'm a writer and I'm an editor. So for me, I'm a digital person in a digital world. I wish we had TikTok. I made movies when I was a kid in high school. So the world of film and content has always been where I'm comfortable, but I'm also a writer. So for some reason, for me, TikTok was very intuitive and very clever. There's a lot of junk on TikTok, for sure, and that's what most people think when they think about TikTok. But there's also a lot of really interesting stuff happening on TikTok if you sort through the chaff. There's a lot of education. There's a lot of heartfelt confessional stuff. And I saw an opportunity to take the many layers of TikTok to subvert the app in a way. So here we have an older man with a very sad and serious story with music and dance moves and filters that could sort of edit that all up to make it interesting and palatable in 60 seconds. So it was just sort of the culmination of my prior experience and my knowing how important it is. Because if you look at a lot of Holocaust education content, whether it's on TikTok, where it can be found, or YouTube or whatever, we have millions of metric, kilometers of old footage and black and white footage and pictures and things like that. And I see a lot of Jewish institutions putting content on social media that looks like a documentary I saw when I was a kid. Right. It's black and white, it's dull, it's sad. And because TikTok is this very quick decision, you just flip through. So a person in a fraction of a second will take one look at that old black and white picture and say, I'm bored, I don't want to see it. So it's about catching that person in the first 2 or 3 seconds that they see it. And you won't get it right every time. We have a lot of videos that have gone nowhere, but his account by and large is a viral one. We've had, millions of views. Gidon has had more views on his TikTok in the past 60 days than the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum had in 4 years. Wow. Now, it's not the same. Visiting a museum is not the same as looking at a TikTok. I'll be the first to admit that. But that's impact. And that's an opportunity and a huge possibility.
Do you think, Julie, there's an element, and I was talking about this with a colleague the other day, that for a lot of this generation, obviously Gidon is something, okay, virtual, but I mean a physical presence to hang on to. You were talking about black and white photos and all the rest of it. Is there a challenge in communicating the Holocaust through that kind of footage going forwards? I'm asking the question because I'd imagine to a lot of young people, what happened in 1939 up until 1945, they probably put it in the same bracket in their heads as the Battle of Agincourt or the Battle of Trafalgar.
Which they don't know.
Right, which is ancient history.
That's right.
So as we're going forwards, Julie, that's going to be a challenge for us,
so
surely.
This is the key. You saw the hashtag I used there, history matters. History matters. And you notice that the young volunteers in that TikTok at the various camps that participated in our first go-round of collaborations are young people. So people on TikTok can see young people caring about a particular event in history. So I think it's really important to connect Holocaust education to what is relevant today. Why does it matter? I think young people have been told for a long time, it matters, it's so important, you must know this. But they're not connecting it to anything in their lives today, and I think that is the trick for us today. Young people today are watching Greta Thunberg and rooting for her. They're worried about climate change. They're going through their TikToks. They're living in a really pressurized existence right now. They have a lot more worries than I did when I was that age. So it's about how to navigate that, get through to them in a way that is inviting to learn more and helping them to connect the dots. Because what starts with the Jews never ends with the Jews. And that's the bottom line message.
Julie, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go back to your seat. It's inspiring work. And it was a wonderful moment to spend with you. Thank you so much, Julie. And we're going to go straight to our next panel. Unfortunately, back to the darker side of social media. So I'd like to invite up to join me on my first panel, Monsieur Jean Terlier, the Secretary of the Assemblée Nationale in France, Mr. Cohen Metsu from the Federal Parliament in Belgium, Mr. Alexandre Posso from Portugal, a Member of Parliament from Portugal, and Mrs. Valentina Grippo from Italy. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm sorry to put my back to everyone. Briefly, I'll just make sure our guests are seated. Buongiorno. Thank you. I guess I'll sit in the middle if that's okay. I think everyone should have a microphone. Hopefully it's all that's working. Okay. Thank you so much. So it's interesting that Julie mentioned Greta Thunberg. I don't know how many of you are familiar. I know Zygmunt is going to know this, and perhaps Frank Müller-Rosentritt, who I believe is at the back of a room somewhere, and some of our German colleagues who are with us. As I understand it, there was a big scandal in Germany with Greta Thunberg that she was arrested at a recent climate march, and that there was a theory going around that her arrest had been entirely staged. So I guess my question is this, and I'm going to start, if I may, with Monsieur Terlier. How can we, or you rather, I'm not an elected politician, what are the challenges that you have as legislators dealing with this horrific cauldron of hate, and why is it so difficult to legislate and put legislation in place protecting against some of the fake news that we're seeing? What are some of the challenges that you're having in the Assemblée Nationale in dealing with this issue?
First of all, I would like to apologize because I'm going to speak in French. So, but
does anyone need tout le monde comprend français? You're going to need help.
Alors,
I hope you don't mind. We'll borrow. Yeah. There we go, Mr.
Then I will speak in Portuguese.
Unfortunately, we don't have Portuguese translation.
No, I'm joking.
I apologize, but it's somewhat ironic that the Englishman can understand French. There we go.
merci, vraiment encore désolé. Mon anglais n'est pas suffisamment bon pour que je vous inflige d'avoir à répondre en anglais. Plus simplement, effectivement, que le législateur, il est toujours avec l'obligation de faire un certain nombre de constats avant de légiférer. Et je crois que le président Emmanuel Macron, dans son discours de commémoration au Veldiv, il est déjà élu président depuis un mois, il fait un constat. Ce constat, il est le suivant, c'est que il veut renforcer la législation pour contraindre les géants du numérique à pouvoir retirer le plus rapidement possible les contenus haineux, les contenus antisémites qui sont en ligne. Et on fait le constat, au fond, que ces plateformes ne font pas globalement leur travail. C'est-à-dire qu'on a, pour prendre un exemple, en 2017, dans le monde entier, seulement 2 millions de retraits faits par la plateforme Facebook, dans le monde entier. Et on voit une situation, alors qu'on constate que ces propos, que ces contenus antisémites, que ces contenus haineux prolifèrent sur la toile, on a de moins en moins de retraits qui sont faits par ces géants numériques à travers leur plateforme. Donc de ce constat-là, on est obligé de légiférer. L'autre constat que l'on fait, c'est de dire, au fond, quand on constate, quand on voit qu'il y a ce type de propos en ligne qui sont tenus, qui sont répréhensibles par la loi, eh bien, il y a assez peu, au fond, de dépôts de plaintes qui sont faits. C'est-à-dire que les parties victimes déposent assez peu plaintes, et quand elles le font, leur affaire, soit peine parce qu'on n'arrive pas à rapporter la preuve technique de qui est derrière le contenu haineux ou le contenu antisémite, et également aussi le fait que ces décisions interviennent un an et demi après la commission de l'infraction. Donc un dispositif légal qui n'est pas satisfaisant à travers ces trois constats. On va tenter de légiférer de manière plutôt intéressante avec une proposition qui était de dire, au fond, il va falloir contraindre ces plateformes à retirer ces propos haineux en ligne. Et on va mettre en place une amende de 375 000 € dès lors que la plateforme, quand elle a un signalement, eh bien, ne retire pas ce contenu haineux. La grosse difficulté à laquelle on s'est heurté, c'est qu'en réalité, qui détermine qu'un propos haineux et antisémite? Est-ce que c'est à la plateforme de le faire, un opérateur privé, ou est-ce que c'est, au fond, à un juge judiciaire qui est garant des libertés à déterminer si un propos est un propos haineux ou antisémite et donc constitutif d'une infraction et alors doit être enlevé, ou est-ce que c'est un opérateur privé à faire ce genre de choses? Si on passe par le biais de la justice, au fond, et du juge, on le voit, le constat, c'est celui d'une justice trop longue à prendre des décisions et donc, au bout du compte, des victimes qui ne déposent plus plainte parce qu'elles sont perdues, au fond, à travers tout cela. Et il y avait aussi également une difficulté parce que ce dispositif-là, il a fait l'objet d'une censure par le magistrat suprême, qui est le Conseil constitutionnel, en considérant que si on autorisait ces plateformes de leur propre chef à enlever ces contenus, eh bien, ça pouvait être attentatoire aux libertés individuelles. Et donc, on a eu, à travers ce dispositif-là, une censure de la part du juge suprême, qui est le Conseil constitutionnel. Mais dans cette loi, qui est une loi de notre ancienne collègue qui s'appelle Laetitia Avia, il y a quand même eu un certain nombre de choses qui ont été faites. Notamment, on a créé ce qu'on appelle un parquet spécialisé en France. Un parquet spécialisé, au fond, c'est des juges spécialisés dans la problématique de ces contenus haineux ou antisémites, pour rapidement connaître des dispositifs et prendre les mesures qui s'imposent. Et dans le même temps, comment est-ce qu'on fait pour faciliter le dépôt de plainte des usagers et des victimes en ligne? On a créé une plateforme qui s'appelle la plateforme Pharos et qui permet une personne, lorsqu'elle constate qu'à son égard il y a eu un propos antisémite, un propos haineux ou autre, eh bien de déposer plainte en ligne à travers cette plateforme du ministère de l'Intérieur qui, elle, fait le relais entre la victime et ces plateformes pour un retrait de ces contenus haineux. Donc cette législation, elle est allée très loin, peut-être pas suffisamment loin, nous verrons. L'idée, c'était aussi de faire revenir à la table des discussions les plateformes, parce que si on n'arrive pas à contraindre, eh bien, il faut les associer au dispositif législatif, et c'est ce qu'on a essayé de faire à travers ces différentes lois qu'on a votées sous l'impulsion du président de la République, Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you. I'm going to come back shortly to that theme, and you touched upon some very, very fundamental themes. The idea of should a private company effectively be self-regulating, and you also touched upon the notion of the idea of free speech, and that social media is very much that kind of still regarded as a bastion of free speech, and maybe things haven't got bad enough yet for it to be seen as something that needs to be legislated in a more effective way. But before I come to I'm going to call you Valentina, if that's okay. I hope you don't mind. If you do, I'll happily revert to Mrs. Griepo. But before that, Mr. Metsu from Belgium, member of the Federal Parliament. Before we go on to more on the legislative front, question for you. What can politicians do, given this climate, to overcome anti-Semitism? I mean, I know that's a huge question, but I'd be grateful for your thoughts on it.
Thank you for this question, Alex. I think that's the $1 million question indeed, but maybe the answer shouldn't be that complicated. Exactly 1 month ago, I was in Athens, where we had the Mayor's Summit against anti-Semitism, because besides Member of Parliament, I'm also mayor. And it struck me that in 2021, anti-Semitism had the highest record ever, which is, of course, not very good news for all of us, by the way. And I've learned a couple of things. I think that as a solution, we should adopt the IHRA definition on anti-Semitism, but Mr. Papadakis said it earlier on today, we should not only talk and adopt and discuss and debate, but we should also act. And I think there are 3 things we can do in a very short term. I call it the TIE principle. So we should train law enforcement. And I'm very happy that the senior advisor of the Police of Antwerp is here amongst us today, not only to support us, but also to learn how they can assist us in overcoming anti-Semitism. That's 1. 2, we should also investigate discrimination and prosecute. And 3, we should educate. Everything starts with proper education. 10 years ago, we opened a synagogue in my village. My rabbi, I call him, I'm not Jewish, by the way, but I call him my rabbi, so I think I'm half Jewish, Menachem Hertz, he told me, listen, let's open the doors of the synagogue, and we will invite all sorts of children coming from other disciplines, from other schools, just to get to know each other. What is the Torah? What is the Shoah? What is Chanukah? In which we resemble, in which we differ maybe a little bit. So I think the 3rd point, education, is as important as the first two things I just said.
Thank you. Having said that, we were talking about education in Belgium. In particular, Belgium, rightly or wrongly, has a reputation. I'm thinking of the most recent episode, I'm sure everyone's familiar with it, of Fauda, which was based in Molenbeek. The Paris terror attacks were you know, there was quite heavy Belgian involvement. I completely agree with education being the key. Is there a lot more work to be done at a minority level? I mean, it's one thing to bring in people in your village, but I get the feeling that in the cities, whether it's Antwerp or whether it's Brussels or Liège or wherever, there is not only an almost willful ignorance about Jews. And how do you think we can overcome that?
You're completely right. It was actually the second point I made. The second thing we should do is investigate the discrimination. But that sounds not hard enough, because for some people, let's say, repression is the only measure we can undertake. I was chairman of the committee Fight Against Terrorism, but because not only in Paris we suffered the attacks, and again my condolences, but also in Brussels and Molenbeek with our terrorist attacks, 30 innocent persons died, more than 300 persons got injured, 1,500 victims, and 6 years after the facts, now the biggest process in history in Belgium started. And it started on a disgraceful level. So imagine that all the victims are sitting in one hall, the NATO building, the former NATO building, by the way, and that those terrorists are behind glass. And that their lawyers, they say, listen, stop, this glass has to be removed because they are not animals. So for the first weeks, we had a discussion on they shouldn't be behind glass, they shouldn't be searched every morning, and so on and so on. So for now, the victims are actually being victimized for the second time. So I do agree, fully agree, that we shouldn't be naive anymore. And for the past few decades, I'm afraid that we did a bit too much like this. We didn't see it coming, but when it rains in Paris, it drops in Brussels, they say. So I think that only hard measures for such kind of persons are necessary to undertake.
Thank you, Cohen. Valentina, lovely to have you with us. Your thoughts, be interested to get your thoughts on this broad topic, but also this idea of legislating against, effectively, an organ of free speech and the challenges that come with that. So your thoughts as an Italian MP with a recent change of government and all of the challenges that have come with that, and of course, if it's possible in the short time that we have, to also touch upon the Italian political scene and the Italian sort of legislation in place or planned legislation for dealing with social media, in particular hate speech.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Well, we would need a couple of hours just to address all the issues that you touched, but I think there is one thing above all has been said, that is culture, that is information. I'm a journalist before being a deputy in the Italian parliament. And I was very hit by the Guidon and Julie TikTok project. I'm not a TikTok follower, but I have 3 children. And I know that we have to work on new languages. And as legislator, we have to know that the languages have to be new. But still, there is much to do in school, in education, in building knowledge of each other, with the double object from empowering identity of the Jewish kid, of course, from a side, but still fight anti-Semitism from the other, from the only real way that we have, that is knowing each other. It is true in more complex situations, but it's also true even in countries where maybe anti-Semitism is not so aggressive like other places, but still there is, and still is growing, and still has not to be underestimated. I have a personal experience that I want to share with you. When I was a local administrator, I used to be a school delegate in the city of Rome before being in the parliament. And such as that role, I had implemented the kosher meals served into the public schools, because we didn't have it in public school. We only had it in private schools or in Jewish school. And this was a very small project that we did together with the Jewish families of Rome, the Jewish community, but with all the other communities, because we understood that that was a very important signal, not only for whom would benefit directly of the service because they would eat the kosher meal, but for all the school community that would understand the differences between culture, between meals, between habits. And we also did some mixed project in sharing now the different foods with very young kids. And this was a very touching and exciting experience, because it showed that also in cases that were very, it would seem not important to explain to all the community what was happening in those families that would had different religious habits and different. I have seen really a change of perception in that community. And in that occasion, I understood that we have to work together, not only with whom is sensible to this field, but only to whom is not sensible to the field, but can help to understand how to address this kind of knowledge and information. We did something also. We have, in the Italian schools, we have a week that is called Week of Memories, which is in this week, of course, in all the Italian schools. And it's very interesting that it's a week that it's very appreciated from all the the school community of all levels, and not only from the Jewish community. And this, I think, is the real key, is the exchanging the information, exchanging the education horizontally with all the community. Because it's not, I'm not Jewish, I've grown in a very strict Jewish community because I have a lot of friends there, and also before being a legislator, being a politician, I would be part of a lot of Jewish tradition. However, I've seen my kids and the friends of my kids changing their ideas on just by living together. So this, I think, is the key. In Italy, I say it again, it's easier than somewhere else. But we have to not, I've said it in the Italian parliament, not underestimate the risk of anti-Semitism, also where it seems is no more a real problem, because it is not, because it's underneath and it works, and also we have to work with the adults starting from the children. I think that the information can grow in the families if it starts from the children. So I'm vice president of the Culture and Education Commission in the Italian Parliament. We will propose laws that embrace this point of view to a legislative point of view, but still I believe that we have to go to the low level of local administration in order to be sure that every act in the education in the schools has this point of view and imprinting. Of course, using the new languages and new technology, new platform in order to reach young kids and the youngs that still don't talk our old languages.
Okay, and is there just a quick follow-up? Is there just what you were saying about this idea of sharing cultures and sharing dialogue? Is that more challenging in the current environment in Italy, where migrants, the very people that in theory can bring more cultural dialogue to Italy, are a hot political topic right now? So that's going to be a challenge, right, going forward, or?
Yes, yes. Of course, I here representing not a part, but my country as a whole. So I want to believe that these issues are not of a part, because it would be very sad if in 2023 the freedom of religion and the respect of one another would be part of just a political part of a point of view. I always try, when I do this project, to have the unanimous position of all my colleagues, because I really believe that this is a common sharing that we have to do. Of course, it's a delicate period in Italy. We have to be aware that not everyone has my same point of view, so we have to be aware. But still, I think that the politicians just reflect the citizens. So if we start from the people, we will be sure that no risk.
Amen to that. Alexander, you've waited patiently, and thank you for that. I will say that France has one of the largest Jewish communities in Europe. Belgium has Antwerp, has a growing community in Brussels as well, which is famous the world over. Italy's Jewish water and its carciofi are world-renowned. Before, over lunch, we had a very, very brief discussion, and he said to me, you know, the Jewish community in Lisbon is quite small, it's only 1,000. We spoke about Porto, which is presumably even smaller. My question to you is, and feel free to jump in on any of the other issues that your parliamentary colleagues from other countries have raised, but in that environment, in a country like Portugal, which has a very, very small Jewish community, how does one keep the lessons of the Holocaust and what happened during the Second World War relevant?
Well, first of all, let me start just to thank to EGA, to the invitation to the Portuguese Parliament. Well, I would like to stress 3-4 points regarding all these issues. Two are positives and two are more negative. Well, a positive point is that when we look at the last decades, we only had one sad sad moment in Portugal. That was in 2007 when the cemetery of the Lisbon synagogue was attacked. And we can see that the anti-Semitism, and I was discussing that with also the two colleagues of mine, also members of the Portuguese Parliament, and we are all from different parties, so we can have our daily discussions, but we were agreeing that we cannot see a daily anti-Semitic attitude such as present in Portugal as might be in France or Belgium. But, for example, another negative issue was that perhaps you are all aware, in the last years Portugal has had a nationality law that allowed thousands of Israelis to apply, and also other foreigners to apply for the Portuguese passport, that raised some concerns and also some issues regarding the transparency of the process. And of course, when we were discussing, of course, the requirements to have the Portuguese passport and because of that, the European passport, we saw some anti-Semitic opinions. But as we don't have a huge Jewish community in Portugal, of course we have centuries of Jewish presence in our country, we might say that this is only when time to time a hot topic appears, such as the nationality law and the requirements to have our passport due to the past of Sephardite Jews. And also, for example, when we are discussing in parliaments some votes regarding the state of Israel and the relationship with Palestine. This might be the 2-3 main problematic issues that we see, and we can face the typical arguments that we saw on the first presentations. Some of the prejudices about Jews appear time to time when we are discussing these hot topics. But I would also want to emphasize that, for example, with the current Israeli ambassador in Portugal, Mr. Dos Shapira, he's been doing a quite active job inviting young leaders, going to schools, going to universities, organizing events, public events. For example, in this December, the Embassy of Israel in Lisbon organized with the Lisbon City Hall public Hanukkah commemoration. For example, this week we will have a vote in Parliament, a remembrance vote put up by the President of the Parliament to stress the 27th of January. And I think that although we might not have some kind of problems that we face in the Central Europe and also in the Eastern countries of Europe, we have to invest in education, and that's why I was stressing the behavior and also the proactive attitude of the diplomatic services in Lisbon of Israel, because they are keen to be involved with politicians, with the teachers, with the ministers, and this week also, for example, they will organize with the German embassy in Lisbon a remembrance ceremony because of the International Day to the Victims of Holocaust.
Sorry, I was just going to say, so what I'm getting from what you're saying is in Portugal you prefer almost a soft power approach to cultural dialogue as opposed to the kind of legislative challenge that Monsieur Terlier is having to deal with in France.
Yeah, because we don't have those kind of accidents or violent episodes, but we have to be aware, of course, and I think that the work that we as members of parliament can do also with the Embassy of Israel is to maintain this tolerant spirit, because we know that time to time anti-Semitism appears. And I gave you 2 examples, the nationality law and also all kind of these discussions regarding the Palestinian issue and the relationship with the State of Israel. So being aware but maintaining our tolerant spirit and of course relying also in the good job of for example, the Porto community and the Lisbon community of Jewish people that are always working with us and with the embassy services to promote Jewish life, although of course, as we are a quite Catholic country, we have strong ties and also strong relations with the Jewish communities, and we for centuries have been also part of brother communities with the Arabs and with the Jews, and so I can define our country as being quite tolerant, but being aware and not stop working. We have to always working, especially with the young people, and that's why I stress the work of the embassy, because the current ambassador in Lisbon is always pushing for moments and initiatives and meetings and the public events with younger generations, with young politicians to talk about Holocaust, but also to explain the Jewish life, and also, of course, to explain some of the more divisive issues regarding Israel and the relationship that we as a Western countries have, of course, with Israel.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish we had more time, but before I let our panelists go and we start our second political panel, let me just say to each and every one of our guests here that we're incredibly grateful that you took the time to come and be with us in Prague on a cold January day. We wish you good luck in all that you do. As you can see, there's no one uniform answer. Each country's challenges are very, very much their own. But I think from the panel so far, the key words that I'm taking are education, sharing from a soft power perspective, and also this constant tension between allowing free speech and effective legislation. And we're going to explore some of these themes in our next panel. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time. Thank you. And we'll move straight on with our second panel. If I could ask Monsieur Bertrand Saur, Dr. Thomas Feist, and Mr. David Stogmüller to come and join me on stage, I would be incredibly grateful. Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. And you'll be pleased to know I'm working on getting everything back on track, so we should be finishing on time. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to start. Sorry, everyone, make yourselves comfortable. Everyone have a microphone? Okay, we're good. And there's obviously some water on the table if you need it. Maybe actually, if somebody could arrange for a couple of fresh glasses to be brought on the stage for our guests, I'd be extremely grateful at some stage. Thank you. So I'm going to start with Monsieur Saur. You're going to, of course, it's up to you. We can do it in French or we can do it in English. Your reply, I mean, but. Mrs. Valentina Grippo earlier on, she was talking about this notion of it's very, very important for cultures to understand each other and sharing and this sort of dialogue and people talking. And it got me thinking about you and the work that you're doing. You're primarily involved in culture and education. And there was a horrible case a couple of years ago now in France of a teacher in school, Monsieur Samuel Paty, who was trying to get his class to understand the notions of free speech, what precipitated some of the problems with the Charlie Hebdo attacks. And he was decapitated by somebody. It was actually a pupil, as I remember it. So my question to you is, as somebody who's a legislator involved in education, involved in cultural matters, what's going on in France? Is it a uniquely French phenomenon, or do you have your own particular set of challenges? And this idea of fake news, social media, is that feeding into the difficulties that you're having there, or am I making too much of a rather isolated incident?
Oui, alors tout d'abord, m'excuser because my English is so bad. I prefer speaking French.
Anyone need headphones? Tout le monde va bien?
Everybody speak French.
Okay. C'est parti.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Effectivement, je voudrais évoquer ce dramatique, ce tragique moment qu'a vécu notre pays. C'était en octobre 2020 2 ans maintenant, lorsque nous avons appris qu'un professeur, alors qu'il faisait son métier, avait été sauvagement décapité à la sortie de son établissement scolaire. Vous imaginez, je crois que cette onde de choc a été beaucoup plus loin que la France. Nous avons cruellement vu que lorsque l'on enseignait la liberté d'expression, nous pouvions effectivement être victimes d'un acte aussi barbare. Et là, les réseaux sociaux ont joué effectivement un rôle tragique. Cet homme a tout simplement voulu, devant des élèves de 4e, montrer 2 caricatures de Mahomet, en prenant bien le soin d'exprimer aux élèves qu'ils pouvaient tourner la tête et même quitter la salle s'ils le souhaitaient. Or, à partir de ce moment d'enseignement, un parent d'élève, un père, a inventé un tout autre récit. Et l'a exprimé de façon très explicite sur les réseaux sociaux et notamment sur Facebook, en laissant penser que ce professeur avait montré la photo d'un homme nu en disant que c'était le prophète. Vous imaginez derrière comment la viralité de cette publication Facebook a pu être destructrice, Et, malheureusement, elle a été relayée des dizaines de fois, des centaines de fois, sans que jamais personne ne se questionne réellement de la véracité de ce qu'il y avait dans cette publication. Et 10 jours plus tard, un terroriste islamiste, à la sortie du collège, parce que dans cette publication virale, on avait cité le nom du professeur, on avait cité le collège dans lequel il travaillait. À la sortie de son travail, ce professeur a été décapité. Et pire encore, cet assassin a immédiatement posté sur les réseaux sociaux la tête de l'homme qu'il venait de tuer. Alors oui, nous législateurs, nous pouvons bien sûr écrire des lois, voter des lois. Nous l'avons fait et mon éminent collègue Jean Terlier l'a rappelé tout à l'heure. Simplement, les lois ont leurs limites. Et moi, je crois, comme vous le pensez tous, que l'éducation doit être effectivement le paravent, la parade essentielle. Voyez-vous, avant d'être législateur, j'étais enseignant. Et je me suis efforcé tout au long de ma carrière d'enseignant à permettre à ce que mes élèves puissent être eux-mêmes acteurs devant ce qu'ils voyaient, être capables de trouver quelle était la source de cette information, d'aller comparer ce qu'ils lisaient, ce qu'ils voyaient avec d'autres sources d'information. Principal enjeu que nous avons tous pour perpétuer la mémoire, puisque la mémoire orale, malheureusement, s'éteint. Nous devons effectivement faire en sorte que les jeunes que nous éduquons, les citoyens de demain, aient toujours cette capacité à se forger leur propre opinion, à avoir cette liberté d'expression, à forger aussi l'image, l'idée qu'ils sont à même, eux, de véhiculer ensuite. Donc je crois fermement dans l'éducation, mais là aussi, il faut que les législateurs que nous sommes donnions les moyens aux professeurs, en les formant, en donnant les outils numériques, mais aussi en inscrivant peut-être dans nos différents pays cette éducation aux médias comme une obligation, comme parade à l'antisémitisme, à la violence, à la haine en ligne. C'est un défi, je crois, majeur de nos sociétés et de nos sociétés de demain. Donc soyons-en conscients et surtout légiférons en ce sens. Et je pense que nous aurons fait émerger peut-être une parade utile.
Quick follow-up question. Based on what you were saying, I mean, I agree with every syllable. Although I do have one question. My question is this, that Samuel Paty seems to be obviously a horrific outlier. But from what I've heard, and you were saying you were a former teacher, that I've read, and not just in Le Monde, but in the New York Times and other places as well, but a lot of teachers are actually scared to talk about the principles of laïcité in schools. So is laïcité in France
this great pillar of French society? Is it real, or is it becoming increasingly a mirage in education terms?
La liberté d'expression, comme la laïcité, sont inscrites dans notre Constitution française depuis 1958. Ce sont des piliers de notre République française. Et je crois que ce professeur, à travers le choix d'utiliser des caricatures, a tout simplement travaillé dans le respect de la laïcité, dans le respect de la liberté d'expression. Et je crains que si un jour nous nous privions effectivement d'utiliser certains outils, certaines publications, certains écrits, nous ne respecterions plus la liberté d'expression. Samuel Paty a simplement fait son travail d'enseignant.
Mr. Stogmüller, your thoughts, I mean, obviously I can imagine education is important, but also be interested in your thoughts on legislative tools that you can use to, I mean, presumably there are fairly stringent laws in place in Austria, for instance, for talking about National Socialism, okay? Do we need similar laws when we're talking about anti-Semitism, or is it more the line of cultural dialogue and understanding? Where is the line, I guess, is what I'm asking. Is there a line, is there a red line where you, okay, stop the cultural dialogue, we need to legislate? Big question, I know, but your thoughts.
Good. Thank you very much. First of all, hello, and thank you very much for having me here. It's very good conference. I think, yes, it's a good question, because I think it's always need more steps to fight against anti-Semitism. Of course, everyone knows here, we are experts, we know it, what's happening. So in Austria, this government, the actual government make a plan to safeguard Jewish life and to combat anti-Semitism. It started January 2021, and it's our plan with 35 steps how we can do that. Of course, we need, first of all, we need investments in project Jewish culture heritage. Means that we show Jewish life, we show that it's existing, how what's happened. I think that's one big thing to make it public. That's never forget everything. We founded a center for anti-Semitism research. I think it's very necessary, because it's always depends on NGOs and how much are the real false, how often it happens. We've grounded a platform for the society and to discuss about, or found a dialogue about anti-Semitism. And of course, and that's one point you mentioned, we need, and we have a strong law, Austrian Prohibition Act. It's the Verbotsgesetz in Austria, it's named German. And it's strong and clear, but there's also some loopholes where it's not really everything clear. And so we make it stronger, we make it clear, and we close these loopholes because it's necessary. And we saw it also in the COVID demonstration the last time. You mentioned it on TikTok and all the things, on WhatsApp and Telegram is much worse. And where you find some anti-Semitism product, photos, and all this stuff. And I think we need a strong act to close that. And of course, we need to teach, as of in education. I think youth platforms, youth centers, and teachers. We have to educate the teachers. It's one of the most things, not what's anti-Semitism, but they have to learn how you have to discuss it, how you have to speak with the children, how to discuss the dialogue, how to find it. And we have to bring Jewish people to the schools as well. Because I think one of the other guys on the panel said we are a Catholic country, of course, but we have to find a way for dialogue, and it's very important to what is Jewish, and I think it's very important for the children as well to learn it, how find respect to other cultures, find the respect to other churches. I think it's very, very, very one point what we have to work on it. And yeah, I think it's a progress, and we are working on it, and it's very important to don't say everything will happen in the social way or in the NGOs. We have to take it on a higher level, on a political level, and to discuss this and make strong laws, and also find the link to the community and to the people to see the problems and find a solution.
Okay, thank you. I guess just a quick follow-on, going back to what the challenges that Monsieur Terlier was talking about in the previous panel. I guess I'm asking you as a young parliamentarian, looking forward into your political future, very difficult to do, of course, but do you feel that we're moving inexorably towards legislating social media, or do you think it's going to be this sort of, to use an economic term, the sort of Adam Smith invisible hand of a market, it'll sort of regulate itself? Which, looking ahead 3, 4, 5 years from now, where do you think we'll be going?
A good question, because I'm a kind of liberal, but I think one we have to. I think what we always forget: social media is extremely quick. It's extremely quick. You see it in Ukraine in the war. It's the first war I can mention who is on social media. How people, it doesn't matter what age, you see it on social media, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook. It doesn't matter. It's very quick. And also anti-Semitism and all the hate speech, it's happening very quick. What we don't have to forget is we have to fight against it. And it's not only a law, it's a society, and we have to fight it on the social media as well. So we have to ban it on the social media. We have to talk to the players. But when something happens, other thing happens already. So when we ban Twitter or do something on Twitter, it's something new happens. So I think it must be, we have to act really, really quick to ban it. I'm not sure what's happening in 5 years because no one knows. Some weeks ago, our ChatGPT is coming. It's completely changing everything in the internet and in the whole society. Nothing knows where's the way. What's the next steps in the new society? So I don't know what's happening in 5 years, but what we don't have to forget, we have to work on it and talk about it and have to discuss about it with the experts who really knows what should we do and how we can fight against it.
Thank you. Thomas. It's me. Hello. Thomas, first of all, I got a couple of remarks. One, you're from the state of Saxony, and I can tell you from a European Jewish Association point of view, my eyesight isn't so good, so I can't tell if my dear colleague Kalman Schlalai is in the room, but the Action and Protection League was engaged in some activities trying to reform curriculums and get sort of more Jewish subjects or topics onto the agenda in the German education system. And what we found is that while the country is unified, its education systems aren't. That Saxony has a completely different situation to the Hanseatic League, the Hanseatic states, and of course the situation in Bavaria is completely different, which presents its own challenges, which I'd like to talk with you about. But before we get to that, question that David was just talking about. And it's perhaps a controversial question, and I'm going to put money on it that after this panel that Zygmunt's probably going to want to jump in, and I promise you will get an opportunity to do so. Is there a case to be made that by banning the hate speech, you merely push it underground, but by keeping it in the open for everyone to see and then eventually removing it, you effectively set the bounds for acceptable behavior. Do you see the distinction that I'm trying to make? The sense of we can't point out what is bad if we don't allow anyone to see it. It's only this kind of evolving conversation that sets the sort of social parameters. Sorry if that's an overly convoluted question. I hope you understood it okay. I'd just be interested in getting your thoughts.
Okay, thank you for inviting me first. I always got some new inspirations from conferences like this, and also it shows that we are not alone to talk about these topics. First, you named the federal system in Germany for education. Yeah, we could complain about it, but it is like it is. So we have to face the situation as it is. From my point of view as a commissioner of Jewish life and combating anti-Semitism in the Free State of Saxony is how can we develop our education system in Saxony? That is my point. Later on, we could talk about other education systems in Germany, but that's not my point. But you named a real serious problem. How to deal with hate speech, not to show it as a topic. So to make it clear, of course, there has to be a border, a clear sign, a stop sign behind that. We can't discuss about that. You have to be aware that those who are engaged in hate speech and conspiracy theories, they are also smart people, because intelligence and ideology are not on the opposite. If you remember the League of the SS, everyone has a PhD, or almost everyone. So it's not a question of intelligence. And they also have lawyers. And the lawyers exactly train them what is acceptable by law, not by moral or by the content, but what is acceptable by law. And that makes it really difficult. From my personal position, I would say it is better to talk with young people, with students, about a real issue and have a debate about it and not to hide it. But still, what I say, there are borders. All other things I saw in the excellent lesson I learned today, you can deal with it also in schools. And if you use these examples from social media, it's more interesting for them as well to talk about it, because it's their daily life of media consuming.
Okay. So we just spoke about the challenges of the laws. I just want to give you a brief example. In Munich, there's an auction house called Hermann Historica. They are selling Nazi memorabilia. I'm talking about Wehrmacht toilet paper, the dog collars that used to belong to Eva Braun. I actually had a petition that went through the German Bundestag, and the answer came back after 2 years, which, by the way, anyone in Germany in the room, I cannot believe that your bureaucracy still uses fax machines. I found this utterly incredible, but in any case, after this long period, they came back to me and they said, we were looking for a ban. They said, 80% of what you've asked for is already in legislation. And my reply was, that's a bit like being told that we've got 80% of your cancer. I'm kind of still worried about the 20% that's left. So from that perspective, what are the limits of the law? And I mean, the law is not set literally like our laws in tablets of stone. I mean, it's an evolving thing. So how do we evolve it to include more of these? Surely it needs somebody to sort of take an initiative. And I sometimes feel that that lack of initiative. And I guess I kind of want your thoughts on that.
So sorry for I'm being not a lawyer.
No, sure.
But what I learned, and I was 8 years also member of parliament and doing law, it's a foreign language. Right. It's a foreign language, but in my position now, what I try to do is first to make politicians aware of what means Jewish life. So Jewish life means, for example, that it's not just 27th of January every year. There are Jewish holidays as well. And if you invite Jewish people for a conference or so, maybe fix before your schedule, maybe there are Jewish holidays. Or don't invite them on Saturdays. So these are simple things, but it means you not only you respect, you learned a bit. And then, with the knowledge you have, you can try to make better laws. And if you try to make better laws, then my position my position is independent and a honorable position. My task is to keep the politicians, always let them know that afterwards action must follow. It's not just about words, but if you gave politicians, they have a huge amount of work to do every day. Give them a sense of what they are talking about, and support them by going the right steps. Okay. That I would say.
Thank you. Zygmunt, you've been very, very patient. Is there anything that you want to jump in on before I close this panel and move to the next? We're going to move towards education as a whole. I should say that Zygmunt Königsberg here at the front is a dear friend and also happens to be the, I'm going to say it in English, I hope you don't mind. You're the anti-Semitism sort of commissioner for Berlin.
No, not for Berlin, of the Berlin Jewish Germany.
Sorry.
We've all forgotten lessons which aren't new. Karl Popper said in 1944, the paradox of tolerance. If we allowed the enemies of democracy to shout and to be active, at the end, the democracy will be ended. And that's the first lesson. The second lesson, which is my experience, laws is one part, but the sentences, the curves, are the other part. So of many anti-Semites leave the trial as a free man. Et monsieur, excusez, I'm just changing into French. Le meurtre contre Sarah Halimi, que la cour des assises, que le procureur n'ont pas accepté ça comme crime antisémite, c'est vraiment absolument insupportable. Et je crois qu'on a le droit de dire ça, que les juges sont aussi à côté. Ce ne sont pas des saints. Yeah, that's one point. I just want to, it's not only to make laws, c'est pas seulement pour faire des lois. It's also to be at the consequence. Anti-Semites must be sure, if they are anti-Semites, that they feel it. Right. They really find they feel it. Because without this, all our education, every education system is working. If you cooperate, if you're going together, okay, we are working. But if we don't cooperate, there should be consequences. And we don't take the consequences. And that's the weakness we see. And that's what I'm really want also to give away. Yes, programs are fine, but really everyone is going to feel what consequence has been. And that's a very important, I think.
Zygmunt, very important point. Food for thought indeed. We didn't even touch on sentencing. I mean, I think we should probably discuss that at some stage in the near future. Absolutely, the deterrent has to be strong. Gentlemen, oui. D'accord. The issue is, Katja, is I'm very happy to do it. It just means that we're going to be going later. So please, if there are, yes, please. Okay.
Très court. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. C'était juste pour rebondir sur l'intervention de notre ami à l'instant sur l'affaire Halimi. Je sais que ça a jeté effectivement un effroi au sein de la communauté juive. Ce qui est regrettable dans l'affaire Halimi, c'est pas tant le fait qu'on ait reconnu ou pas le caractère antisémite de ce crime horrible, mais c'est le fait qu'il était déclaré irresponsable pénalement pour des raisons d'ordre psychiatrique qui relèvent effectivement de l'expertise des hommes de science. Si la cour d'assises avait été saisie de ce fait effroyable, le débat aurait été posé devant les juges, et les juges, dans leur souveraineté d'appréciation, auraient peut-être reconnu, et je l'espère l'auraient fait, le caractère antisémite. Donc c'est pour un autre problème que l'affaire n'a pas été portée devant la cour d'assises. On l'a bien regretté, d'ailleurs on a légiféré ensuite pour améliorer notre dispositif lorsqu'on a affaire à des gens qui peuvent s'abriter derrière les responsabilités pénales. Voilà, c'était juste une nuance que je voulais apporter à vos propos.
OK, thank you. OK, and we have... Voilà.
Non mais, bon, en France, on aime bien débattre. Les Français aiment bien débattre et nous sommes là plusieurs députés français et plusieurs à être juristes. Et c'est vrai que nous devons évidemment respecter les décisions de justice et encore plus nous qui sommes députés, puisqu'il y a la séparation des pouvoirs en France. Néanmoins, nous devons reconnaître et affirmer que ce crime a été perpétré dans un contexte de remontée très forte de l'antisémitisme en France. Et que on ne peut pas l'ignorer. Alors que le responsable ait été reconnu justement irresponsable et qu'il n'ait pas pu être jugé est une chose et qui est parfaitement regrettable. Mais nous pouvons aussi, comme l'a fait notre ami en tant que citoyen, déplorer et dire notre aversion, l'horreur que nous inspire ce crime qui a été perpétré dans des conditions effroyables et dans un contexte de remontée de l'antisémitisme, ce qui explique aussi notre participation à ces 2 jours de colloque à Prague pour dire que nous avons une responsabilité dans le contexte qui est celui que nous connaissons en Europe, de nous battre pour ne pas connaître à nouveau ce que nous avons connu il y a malheureusement quelques décennies.
Okay, I'm very, very happy. Thank you, Katja, for those important interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to put your hands together for this panel. We're now going to move. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Merci, Monsieur So. We're now going to move to, we sort of been moving exponentially in this direction anyway towards education. Sorry, I'm going to put that down.
And it now gives me great pleasure when we're talking about education in our places of learning and some of the challenges involved. It now gives me great pleasure to give you a brief presentation by Dr. Thomas Danzel, who's the professor of a Technical University of Munich, member of a German board of the International Council of Monuments and Sites, ICOMOS, and member of a National Scientific Committee of the Conservation of 20th Century Heritage, to talk through some of these issues before and saving perhaps the most important thing for last, which is our future generation, before we will be going to a panel from young university students from campuses across Europe, how they feel today, right now, being Jewish and being pro-Zionist or pro-Israeli on campus. But before that, of course, Professor Danzel, please come and join us. Thank you. And technical team, we're ready for the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for this invitation. I'm really happy to present you in a short time some impressions from my work of the last 8 years. Yeah, you can see. Never forget the past. That is our motto of today. And it has already been said by Alex that the political change in the 90s and the fall of the Berlin Wall caused new challenges in dealing with anti-Semitism in the societies of transformation, in the Eastern European part especially, but also in Central Europe. So going back to Maurice Halbwachs, a French philosopher, who coined the terminology of the remembrance culture with his idea of the collective memory, stands at the base of many initiatives performed in Germany in the last years, which were controversially perceived, and shows clearly up that the stones are speaking to us. The material culture is an essential part for our better understanding for our common history, and especially the narratives of anti-Semitism during the centuries. Last year only there was, I'm not as well a lawyer, but you might have followed this trial about the historical monuments exposed as an intentional monument by the builders, becoming then an agit-propaganda issue to be fought in modern understandings. But why does it? Oh, I thought that it's working. I'm sorry for that. I just resume what I've just said. Here is the last year's trial. And that obviously this, in a kind of iconic defeat of the stones are still speaking to us, but not in just a one directional way, but it's talking about the society, about victims and perpetrators, as I stated before. So these parts, which are elements of the cultural heritage, in this case of Bavaria, it's still acting as a propaganda tool, but as Bavaria, as Saxony with Thomas Feist, as an anti-Semitic commissioner, this is now opponed by information via different channels. The same happens with the other side, that it's not to allow to glorify Nazism with their remains or their relics, but as they are found vandalized, as in this case in Wuppertal, they are presented and commented. A kind of musealization is a risk of this kind of procedure, as you can see in the case of Brandenburg's Sachsenhausen concentration camp, where murals are clearly showing us the antipodes of the life in the concentration camp, and that the will for survival was expressed by some mural painters in a cartoon's way. And this is a thing which stands at the base of our discussion in Terezin. I came to Terezin 8 years ago by invitation of Uta Fischer, who has organized a mapping project which is called Ghetto Traces in Theresienstadt, which is following other tracks than the usual one, which is common to every European state dealing with the memory of the Shoah. That means these are intended monuments thought to celebrate the memory of the in most of the cases also unknown victims, and that atrocities are, let's say, put on a level which is giving us information just in an indirect way. This has been shown all day long. This is a reconstruction. It's not an original, and one might doubt that it was exactly like as you can see here. This is a theatrical scenery that is just opposed by original findings uncovered some years ago. The practice of monument care is ambiguous. So renewal, reconstruction, and even destruction of original traces is a common fact. In the Buchenwald camp, where I was involved also in consultants last years ago, you can clearly tell between the institutional memory of the GDR regime and the scenery, which is as well an iconic item, and the, let's say, the self-empowerment of the people who are giving these flowers to this gateway, who are crossing the archaeological site, you might call it, in imagining what had been there by the help of photos or devices. Now with a QR code or via internet connections, you can inform yourself on the site, on the spot, what has been done. But also reconstruction happens next to a scenery which is just dealing with the effect of the talking material. So these are more or less the most common practices in dealing with historical traces. In the case of Terezin, you will visit it tomorrow, you have two levels of history to be considered. The one is the fortress of 1790, and the second is the ghetto phase. So if you imagine that before 1910, up to 3,000 people lived there, in the years following 1942, the population, the imprisoned people increased up to nearly 60,000, that this housing problem was met by construction works of the Nazis, and in enlarging these housing systems, a new structure also then connected with the transport to Auschwitz, a railway track has been put in the middle of the fortress. So only in 2005, one of these main entrances of the former fortress, called Poterne, has been uncovered, and together with the University of Pardubice and some German universities, we had a summer school there in mapping and documenting the graffitis drawn on the stone walls by prisoners, by guardians, and by people who were thought to be transported to Auschwitz, who left their last message, for to say, together with their transport numbers, on the stones. These, in the last 13 years, suffered a lot of decay, and here is a documentation of the contours of the writings found on the place. And here on the right-hand side, you see that vandalism is still happening after the uncovery. So conservation works are needed to keep this wall of memory, which is not an intentional monument, but an unintentional monument of in a situation which is highly on risk because of the water penetration from above and from below. Here, a photo in black and white of 1945, which is clearly indicating the decay dynamics. And we were able to trace, with the help of the Dada Bank, the destiny of some imprisoned individuals. And in the end, we were able, just in this summer school, to reconstruct 14 peoples coming from the 3 different countries. And to give them back some dignity, they got lost just having got the number they wrote on the wall. We have also thought about a documentation online which is interactive. It's geo-referenced, so you can clearly find the different sites of importance which are normally not included in a visit to Terezin. So tomorrow you won't find anything of the photos I show you just in a hurry now, because I know my time is limited. This is in the main marketplace, the so-called post office that has been used by a high-ranked Jewish guardian. One speaks also about a cook, but anyway, he decorated by the help of the SS and the Organisation Todt to paint his private rooms, with sceneries taken out of the Manasseh Handschrift, a manuscript that has only been discovered in 26, and he, or the artist, interpreted this in an agitprop, anti-Semitic way. Probably, it's not included in the list of the Red Cross that has already mentioned today, but probably it was also of interest for these kind of propaganda towards the outer world, let's say, of the Nazi regime. Here is another very important site, now a pizzeria, which is proved by an intervention of 44 planned by the Jewish architect's office, who were responsible to transform these attics in rooms for prisoners. Here, a private organized a very interesting panel exhibition, which is connecting the material culture of the place, the remains and the relics of the people living there. We heard today from Gideon that places thought for 2 or 3 people were crowded by 12 or more. And in fact, writings on the wall have been not only documented, but also translated, because we have Czech, we have Polish, we have Dutch, and we have also some funny, sorry for commenting this like that, funny details as this insecticide, which is called flu. You see, you can even see it, because obviously bugs were everywhere in these rooms. And also some memories of the hometown Prague. This is Karl's Bridge. And next to it, the mines, the coal mines, where the forced laborers had to work. In fact, we find also vandalized parts, probably in the post-war time, of a hanged person. That's reflecting the reality of the camp, and especially here, the proof of the presence of some of the 6,000 Jews transported to Terezin before they finally ended in Auschwitz. This is in the very interest of the European community, actually, at the moment. I'm participating in an urban agenda project which is called Integrated Approach to Dissonant Heritage. And hopefully this mapping, this catalogue of the material traces of the ghetto in Terezin will be deepened, and this information then shared, which stands at the base, obviously, for any didactic initiative of Terezin, but also on other learning teaching institutions elsewhere. I know that there's a very well-working network, especially on the didactic level, but I'd like to emphasize, last but not least, that conservative restorers until now weren't involved in the discussion how to present, how to guarantee authenticity and a storytelling which is, yes, offering different perspectives, but giving dignity not only to the victims but also to the material testimonies. I think that's it, and that was the most astonishing finding. Mickey Mouse in one of the attics, you see all dirty and insured, but still alive, and hopefully we will manage it to preserve it as it is, without any retouching, without any addition and document and interpretation. Thank you for your attention and for your patience.
Professor, fantastic.
I had to improvise because you know I had a text as Alex.
I know. And I'm convinced you have Swiss blood because your timekeeping was immaculate. So thank you so much. I know, I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We're coming more or less to the close. There's just one final panel, and we're talking about our Jewish future. We've talked a lot about the past, we've talked a lot about Holocaust remembrance, but we've also talked a lot about education. And the theory, as my chairman, Rabbi Menachem Margolin, put it earlier on, all the theories, all the statistics, everything else is all extremely useful, but it doesn't necessarily reflect what is going on the ground. So we thought it would be very, very useful to close this symposium with a delegation of some of the brightest and most promising minds and future Jewish leaders that we have across Europe. So I'd like to take the opportunity. This next panel, by the way, will be moderated by a Czech master's degree student at Charles University here in Prague, Miss Yvonne Penkavova, and she will be joined by Miss Gabriella Tulchin, a university student from Munich, Mr. David Fiorentini, the president of UGEI Italy, which is the Italian students' Jewish movement or union. And lastly, by no means least, Mr. Juan Caldes Rodriguez, who was a recent graduate and is now a member of the EGA staff. So if the panel would like to come up, if you'd like to make them feel welcome. And Yvonne, I'm going to hand over to you. You will have the microphones, and we're eager to hear about your experiences. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Is it working? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Alex, for your introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. Before we get to ask a question of my dear colleagues, allow me a short opening. At the beginning of the symposium, we had a chance to see briefly an example of a propaganda movie that was shot in the Terezin Ghetto. This propaganda movie was for the Nazi regime forced some of the most brilliant minds in the movie industry, brilliant directors and even actors, and they were forced to create a false testimony. The Ghetto was being prepared for 8 months before the shooting even started, and the creation of the movie took around 2 more months. All of these great minds had to create this testimony only to be sent to Auschwitz-Birkenau and murdered after the project was created. Anti-Semitic propaganda is using fake media traditionally. However, in today's world, with use of modern technology and smartphones, propaganda movies can be created in a few minutes anywhere by anyone, and they can be easily shown to millions of young people. This is done obviously on purpose to manipulate minds of students, and it has a tremendous impact on everyday life of Jewish students in campuses here in Europe, but of course, for example, in the United States. Now, I live in a luxury where Zionism in the Czech Republic is not a dirty world, and the state of Israel has basically negative or more or less positive image. For me personally, it was shocking when I found out, but this is not the automatic thing in the rest of the world. So I would like to ask Juan, my colleague from Spain, if he could tell us what image does the State of Israel has, and how the propaganda on social media is affecting everyday life of Jewish students. Thank you.
So, can everyone hear me loud and clear? Yes, great. Thank you everyone for being here today. So the case of Spain is it's a fascinating one and a very sad one at the end of the day. It's a combination of both, because as most people in this room will know, the sad story that Spain has with the Spanish Inquisition, 1492. Still to this day, there's a lot of ignorance when it comes to anti-Semitism, and many Spaniards have not been exposed to Judaism, anything whatsoever. I'm not even getting into the whole Israel-Palestinian conflict, just Judaism itself. People have not been exposed to it. Many people, when they meet me for the first time, they say, wow, first Jew I'm ever meeting. First Jew, and you look like, you know, the nose, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just like normal, like you are. So people have not been exposed, which is a sad thing, because we should normalize being Jewish, just like anything else in the rest of the world, obviously. And later, in terms of anti-Zionism, I should say that our current government in Spain, it's a coalition of the Socialist Party and the Communist Party. And the Communist Party, when it was founded in 2014, it was founded and financed by the Republic of Iran. Iran financed Podemos, and the former vice president, who is the leader of Podemos, was a guy who said live on TV, Israel is a criminal and an apartheid state, on top of other horrible things. So as you can imagine, the perspective on the left right now in Spain is not the best. With the Socialist Party, they try to appease more with a two-state solution, whereas on the right parties are much more keen to supporting Zionism. But the political perspective now, actually, I don't know if you saw it on the news, and I would really like to take the opportunity to bring this up. The city of Barcelona, a city that I deeply love because half of my family is from Barcelona, is set to vote on the 27th of January, in the next couple of days, actually. 27th, what a day, right? They're set to vote on breaking ties with Tel Aviv. So Tel Aviv and Barcelona had a twin city agreement, like most cities do in the world. And the current government in the city of Barcelona, not in Spain, in the city hall of Barcelona, is set to vote on whether it should be official that we should break those ties with the city of Tel Aviv. Following that train of thought, you would think, okay, why doesn't Barcelona break that same twin agreement with St. Petersburg, for example, considering what's going on? And you could extrapolate that to many other cities across the globe. No, but it has to be Tel Aviv. It has to be Israel, because Israel is the cancer that we have to stirp it, and according to them, obviously. And it is something tragic for the Jewish community of Barcelona. We're leaving them completely behind. And hopefully we'll see that this motion will not pass in the first place, obviously, but that things will get better from now on. We have elections this year in Spain at the regional level, at the national level. So we're hoping that there will be a new government that will be more supportive of Israel, of the Jewish community, because sure, they will come to the Holocaust Remembrance Day and say, Leolam Lod, never again. But at the end of the day, they will still support the BDS movement, for example, and they will give tons and tons of money to an organization that despises everything related to, they say, no, it's a so-called human rights movement. It's the opposite of it. It incites hate and violence against the Jewish people and everything related to Israel. So And now I know we're running out of time, and I'm going to pass the mic to my dear friend David. And in terms of the youth, I have to say, I studied in the UK. I left Spain a long time ago, but I can see that my friends have been telling me that they face anti-Semitism through the lens of modern anti-Semitism, which is anti-Zionism, as we all know. And in the UK, when I was living in the UK and studying in the UK, there was something called the Israeli Apartheid Week, and Alex Sir knows about that too from the UK, and it's something despicable, I have to say. I would walk on campus into my university where everyone should feel safe at the end of the day. Like, it's a place where we should engage in ideas, you know, in a respectful manner. And at the end of the day, you would see that that was quite the opposite. And as a Jew, I would have to unfortunately hide my Magen David, and I was a bit scared on my own campus. And my university was not giving me any sense of protection. And I see that that's been happening also across American campuses, which used to be a safe haven for the Jews, along with Medinat Israel. And we see that this tendency is getting worse and worse. So hopefully, Zat Hashem, things will get better. But the situation doesn't look too promising in the case of Spain. As I said, we have elections this year. Hopefully things will get better, but one can hope at the end of the day. So, and that's the story for people at the end of the day. So with that said, I'm going to pass the mic to, oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, Juan, for your answer. As we all know, the movement of anti-Zionism and the relationship of each government to the State of Israel has a huge impact on the community. However, it is not such in all of the countries. So from as far as I understood, in Italy, there is not of such an anti-Zionist campaign. Italy is a strongly Catholic country, which went through a series of crises, of course, specifically with the pandemics. So I would like to ask you, David, as the president of the Union of Jewish Students of Italy, what is the situation there? And if you can tell us maybe about some interesting projects that the Jews themselves are doing to make the situation for themselves better and make a better relationship with their colleague students and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you all for being here. So I wanted to make briefly a short premise about the context of the Italian context where we live in currently. As Yvonne rightly said, we don't have a very strong anti-Zionist movement, a very strong anti-Semitic movement that is so clear and upfront. The main issue in Italy probably, since there is also a very small Jewish community, is firstly ignorance and just not having the opportunity of meeting any member from a Jewish community. As in Spain, many times I encounter fellow students and I'm the first Jew they ever met. And what happens is that in a society where there are obviously some prejudices, some myths, if you have never met a Jew or a person from any minority for what it matters, if the only thing you heard about them is just a small prejudice that you have by default a negative perspective towards that person, towards that people. Therefore, what we experience very often, and especially when there are, for example, escalations in the Middle East or whenever there is something related to Israel, if people have, let's say, a default negative perspective towards the Jews, this reflects also on the way they see Israel. So they might believe what propagandas or what disinformation there is on the internet or also regular media or whatever they might find it. And this really provides, this ignorance provides the perfect environment for fake news to flourish, because there is not a clear, let's say, counterpart to provide correct information. So this is probably where we as UJ, Italian Union of Jewish Students and Young Professionals, really get involved, because someone has to take this job, someone has to take this responsibility upon themselves. And what we've done is to target several age groups. Firstly, clearly university students and people, let's say, of our age. So with intervention in campuses, that doesn't necessarily need to be about immediately the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but you start maybe with telling them what's Hanukkah or what's hummus. You start with really soft things just to get them a first positive impression about Judaism, a first approach. And then another thing we've done that is been quite a success in the last couple of years is opening a TikTok account. So today we've seen another amazing success on TikTok, on this platform. And our account is called Ask a Jew. And it basically, me and my colleagues answer in 1-minute videos, very short, very easy, very simple, those average question that all of us Jews always get, maybe in the street, in a bar, in a restaurant, like, why don't you eat pork? Or why do you wear a kippah? Those average, very, very basic entry-level questions that, for example, for an age group from, let's say, 13 to 18, so let's say between right after middle school and high school, for people who have never met a Jew, this kind of questions are important because they might not get the right answer. They might get a distorted vision of the Jews. And then, finally, they get to meet a Jew of their age with which they can talk freely and engage in a productive way. So instead of seeing maybe the old professor, maybe a bit boring, they would see my face that hopefully is a bit more engaging and a bit more smiling, that will tell them in really a couple of sentences what's Judaism. And obviously this is not enough to spread Jewish information, Jewish culture, but gives them that first approach, that first step, that maybe the next time they will hear something related to Israel, to Judaism, to anything related about Jewish culture, they will have a positive attitude, a more open-minded attitude towards it. So that's it for now. We will maybe add something more in later on if there are other questions, but yeah, I'll pass it over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, David. Very excited to hear about this project, and I'm interested in what is it going to do in the future. And I really believe that many Jewish communities should be inspired by this, because instead of being a passive follower, you can actually be active and intervene in the space, which is there definitely. In the Czech Republic, there is not a habit to share religious identities or so in the university campuses, for example. So the same as you are saying, very often people never met a Jew and they have no idea what a kippah is or why they don't eat pork. My next question would be to Gabriela, my dear friend and colleague. Gabriela is from Germany, and she is running projects in her university to build bridges between the communities. I assume, and I believe that in Germany the campuses are a little bit more international and diverse than, for example, here in the Czech Republic. So can you please tell us a little bit about this project and how the war, basically, on social media with the fake news is affecting everyday life of students there? Thank you.
So as you said, Ivan, our campuses look very much different than the ones Juan described. The German campuses, you can imagine like vacuum, something very apolitical. So this is the university itself. But if you look at the university students, if you watch them, it's like looking at a row of houses with closed doors. And you're going around and knocking on doors, and you don't know what to expect, what is behind these doors. So what I want to say with this is activism on German campuses is based a lot on one-on-one interactions. So there is where knowledge about Judaism and Zionism and Israel, the history of Israel, is very crucial. And this is actually a point I want to address in the second part of my answer. And this activism on campus, like by doing one-on-one interactions, requires a lot of time and energy. So how you can imagine my activism on campus is like an ice cream truck going around the quiet neighborhood, motivating people to come out and see what is the ice cream. So what I lead on my campus is the Jewish Campus Week. It's a campaign of JSUD where we cover a lot of different Jewish topics. But the challenge I face is that it's hard to rent a room. As a non-university group, we have to rent a room, meaning we have to pay for the room. And even if we have to, and we do, this process takes very long. Another topic I would like to cover in my university is Zionism. Since my university is as I told you, is a very apolitical one, it is hard for me to organize something like that. So my wish, or what I would like to work on with others, is to open up spaces for political discussions, even if the universities are apolitical and they want to stay that way. Because universities and campuses are the places where we should have discussions, where it's centralized, where we can have a more structured way, more informative way. Another thing I do, which is like the ice cream truck, is leading a leadership project, or a project in a leadership project, that is called More Than Hummus and Falafel. You can guess the point of it. It indicates that we Jews and Arabs, Muslims, and other people of other faiths have more in common than that. And there we do different events. For example, on holidays, for example, on political topics surrounding Israel, surrounding the Israel-Palestine conflict, but also political educational workshops that is in context of both of these communities. But we have also less serious, events like a cinema night. And the last one, to give you a specific example, was with the movie Plan A. It's a movie about a Holocaust survivor who has to decide how his revenge on the German society looks like. And this actually leads me to another point. Holocaust education has to be more emotionalized. And this is not actually what I've felt myself, but what a Muslim boy told me, that he himself doesn't feel moved by the education in our schools. So my wish, again, would be in high schools to change the education. So less from top and bottom, and less like dry, but more proactive, more emotional. Let's say we can bring the movement, Make Their Memory Shine, to all of the schools. This would be a way. In this movement, we clean Stolpersteine and we educate about these, not survivors, unfortunately, but victims. Also, another big point of why it's so dry and why it isn't emotional is that everyone writes exams on it. Every non-Jew and Jew writes exams on it. Non-Jews just learn and write them. And me, as a Jew, I'm sitting alone in my room while I'm studying, and I'm crying my eyes out. So this is something that I feel very critical about. And also the education on the Holocaust is very much tied to how it led to the should be more about how it led to the Holocaust, also on different forms of anti-Semitism, also on how does anti-Semitism look like nowadays, the different forms of anti-Semitism. So my wish, again, is to have more Alex Hearns in our schools and also on our campuses. So these are all topics on interfaith dialogue, and this is, in my opinion, the second key. Why the second key? Because there is a first key I carry. And this is the second part of my answer. We should foster more education and empowerment of young Jews, because as told many times today, they are the leaders of tomorrow. They're potential activists, even though I'm not saying that every Jew has to be an activist. We shouldn't be born with the task of becoming big opinion sayers, let's say. But we should have the skills for it. And as Julie said, these leaders can go on TikTok, educate on Instagram, or even on campus in one-on-one interactions, or joining the Jewish Campus Week, let's say. These Jewish young Jews do have a lack of knowledge on history of the Jewish people, because okay, sorry, I will restart my thought. Young Jews in Germany do not have enough education on their history, meaning on the history of their ancestors, and also on Zionism and Israel. And this is the big fight I'm fighting right now, that dialogue about Jewish religion or Jewish religious aspects and aspects in Zionism do not overlap. So the more education we have in Germany, the more also political empowerment, the more rhetoric trainings, the more eloquent we are as Jewish students, the more we can change. I guess what I want to say with this is that we should put our words into actions. And this is my main message.
Thank you very much, Gabriela, for your motivational speech, and we wish you very much of luck in your activities that are very great, and hopefully more and more will join you. I definitely agree with you on the point of the Holocaust education. It is a very important subject. Here in the Czech Republic, it's very brief. There are lectures, of course, about the Second World War, and during this lecture, the teacher mentions that 80,000 of Czech Jews were murdered. However, it is changing lately. Also, I would like to thank the EGA and every one of you to coming to visit the Terezin Ghetto. The ghetto has a completely different story than to any of the other places, and it's often neglected. The way it was used for propaganda gives visitors a better understanding of how brilliant the system was created, how evil, how we call it the smart evil, right? So I am very thankful for that the subject of terrorism is being brought up. And I would allow me a last brief question regarding the Holocaust education, because as I know, Juan, you were active in Spain in your communities as a volunteer to go to school and educate children about the Holocaust. So can you please tell us a little bit about maybe their reactions and how this project started and so on? Thank you.
I promise I'll be very brief, in 2 minutes. So I was very proud to be in this project that was called Proyecto Shoah, that came all the way from Uruguay. And it's basically based in Barcelona, but we also did kind of like a copy of it in Mallorca. And I was working in both of those cities. And I have to say, it was amazing going as a Jewish educator and speaking with 12, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds about the Holocaust. In their case, I was surprised because most of them, they already knew a bit about it, which is good considering that they're quite young, especially when they're 13, 14. And they showed a lot of interest, which was great to me, because nowadays we know like our generation and the one that is coming behind is not so interested, and especially we're talking about social media and the benefits of it, but also the disadvantages of it. And one of those is clearly like how, in terms of seeking that intellectual curiosity, it's not as much as it used to be. And I have to say that it was a great experience going in and sharing the story of what happened only 80 years ago. Like we heard today a testimony of a Holocaust survivor, someone who's still alive. When I used to talk about the Spanish Inquisition, that was 500 years ago. So people are not as interested, and I could understand that because that was a long time ago. But in the case of the Shoah, it was literally not even 80 years ago. So my experience was very positive, and I did see that when I would finish, people would, like the students would come in, ask me more questions. How can I get more involved? How can I help on social media? How can I fight against anti-Semitism? How can I join this campaign? So it was great to see that. And they said, unfortunately, we just don't have like any educational initiatives when it comes to this. We would touch very briefly upon on Second World War, and that was it. So I think it should be mandatory by law, by every member state to study the Shoah in the curriculum. I think it should be mandatory by law, because we keep saying, as I said before, let's never repeat what happened in the past. And I think that education, as we all agreed, is the key to everything. But that needs to, as Gabriela said, words to actions. And the implementation of Shoah studies need to be a separate thing in itself. And it's also a great way to also unite people, because when I would go to this, especially public schools, I would have Muslims, Christians, Jewish, even Buddhist in Mallorca too, and it was wonderful seeing how this topic of fighting against hate would unite so many different minorities. And at the end of the day, that was the central message of how we can seek those, that unity and not the differences, and realize that there's so much more that unites us as human beings, not just separating ourselves, with our identity, like you're Jewish, you're this, you're that. I think that's a big mistake. And if we really, really want to learn from the past, let's start by, promoting that side of how can we find those points of common and how we can be more united, and find that instead of what truly divides us. So if any of my colleagues want to make any final last remarks.
You asked for it, so. No, about that, because right last week I was in 4 middle schools talking about Holocaust, let's say, explaining the Holocaust, but also explaining about Jewish culture more in general. And we've just launched a new project this month called, in Italian, is Incontrare la Memoria. In English, we could translate it to meet the remembrance. So the idea is that since, unfortunately, Holocaust survivors, year after year, they are reducing in numbers for anographical reasons, and some of them also are tired and might not have the energy to be in schools all over the country. We are trying to educate a group of Jewish students who might not necessarily have maybe a grandparents who is a survivor, but in general, anyone who's interested in the topic, so that they will be able to be the ones to continue these important jobs of going into schools, elementaries, middle school, high schools, even universities, to have these important meetings with students, because, as you said, it was only 80 years ago, and it cannot be that once the direct witnesses, the direct survivors will no longer be with us, immediately we will lose this memory, we will lose the lessons that we learned from this historical period. So it's important to give really a proactive task to the younger generations. For example, learn and give also a more personal perspective, exactly, in order to be more moving, to give really a dimension where other students can interact. Because if we talk only about statistics, numbers, it's also big numbers that we never experience in our daily life. Millions, who on a daily basis talks about millions. It's a difficult number to really grasp. While instead, I'm talking with someone and sharing the testimony of a grandparent, of an uncle, of, even of their parents sometimes. It's something that people can relate to, can understand, and that would leave much more of a message to the students that are listening and would be much more effective. So we hope this project will go well and we'll be able to replicate it year after year. Thank you.
I can already see in people's faces that it was a long day and we still have a gala dinner. So unless anyone wants to finalize and say something, obviously we are in the Czech Republic, your home. So by all means, but as a former student and part of the GA team, I would like to thank everyone for being here today. And I hope to see you now at the gala dinner and get some well-deserved rest. And we all deserve it.
Allow me the last sentence. As you can see, we're all very passionate about this topic and we could go on and on and on. However, as my colleague mentioned, it was a long day. We would like to thank you for your attention and we're excited to see you at the dinner.